Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Can y'all hear me? Let me drop a number one if you can hear me in the thing. I'm kind of talking low because Matt's on a conference call next to me. And hold on, let me get over here. Carol, you got a one. You got a one. Okay. We're going to do it. Hey, Tux, thanks for being here. I hope everybody's doing well. So, y'all, we're going to do a test real quick. Pardon me. And I'm going to, hey, Jason. Hey, Megan. I'm going to play the, law and crime thing to see how the sound is. Please hold. Good luck this week. No, this is the Sorry, I'm back, y'all. Can y'all hear the sound of the microphone and stuff going? Thanks, 66. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for being here. Jenny, thanks for being here. How are you? I was in sunny Florida, wishing I was in sunny Arizona. I know, right, Jenny? Me too. So y'all can hear the stuff going. Okay. Hey, Lauren, thanks for being here. Okay, cool. So I'm going to put it on mute for a minute now that we know that because it's really loud. Okay. So, y'all, obviously, day one, Lori Daybell trial, justice is here or on its way. So that's where we're at. I want to go live a little bit earlier just for the obvious reasons right there. Hey, Sandy, how's it going? Hey, 1 minute still. Hey, Aaron. Hey, Kimberly. Hey, Megan. Kathy. All these familiar names. Hey, Amy. What's up? So, y'all, yeah, we are. I mean, it's here. I cannot believe this, right? I'm just like, oh my God. Now, also, listen, hold on. Let me go over here. Let me find it. Where'd y'all go? Where'd y'all go? Okay, so I added some new member emojis. We have lipstick. We have cheesecake. We have glares. Do with them what you will. Ooh, Culver's is amazing. Jenny, so this is my favorite meal at Culver's is their chicken, like the crust, I don't know what you call it, like the fried chicken sandwich or whatever, and fries, and then like one of their I don't know what you call it there, but their ice cream thing or whatever. Oh, thank you, Danny, for gifting 5 memberships. Holly, how's it going? I know. I can't wait to see how the opening goes. Now, 4 o'clock. Crispy chicken. Yes, that one, Jenny. Yes, so good. Oh my gosh. Culver's fish is good too, Jung. Yeah, it is so good. Yeah, we have them here. I like their cheeseburgers, whatever you call it. But yeah, I love their chicken. Oh, thanks, Anita. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here. Oh, those cheese, yeah, simple. So, how do you see our second? The simple saguaro, their cheese curds are so good. Oh my gosh, so good. So let me come over here and find y'all. Wait, there you are. Okay, um, so yeah, Lori Daybell trial, opening statements, mega, mega, mega. Hey, Audra. And what we're going to be doing now, or I'm sorry, what we're going to be doing today is just that we're going to sit here and just kind of see how the cards unfold. At 4 o'clock, I have a telehealth appointment. I'm going to obviously keep things up and running, but I'll just like go on my phone and do it, and it won't take that long. But my fear is that the actual opening statement will happen then. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to be like, oh no. Mm-mm. So we'll see though. But yeah, so I hope everybody's doing well. And hey, Shayna, what's up, girl? Erica, welcome to your first live. Thank you for being here. Uh, yeah, everyone just prepare yourself because I just think that here's the thing. I don't think that this is going to go as long as they think. I think Lori will slow it down, just not being, hey, Wing and Danny, just not being like a lawyer or whatever. Then wait, hold on, Paul. If you can make it, oh yes, Kimberly, absolutely. I would love the deets on that if you make it there, 100%. One juror is a no-show? No, absolutely not. We are not allowed to do that. Arrest them immediately. Bring them in. Thank you, Erica. I appreciate it. Sorry. Today's been a long day. So yeah, we didn't have her last night live because I went to Hanging Rock yesterday. We ended up doing a 7-mile hike, which was fun and amazing. But when I tell y'all, and I actually thought about going live, but I was in one of those weird moods where I was on the sofa and I was like, I think if I sit here once I get comfortable, I will just pass out. And that's literally what I did. So it's good that we didn't go live and do it on camera. Just, in the middle of something. No, I've got all the little, you can't see them, I don't think, but little Bobo's right here. Little Bobo. Luke's over here. And then Jake's right here in my lap. We got all the puppies for comfort animals once, things get going and whatnot. Let me see if they're saying anything. Hold on. Very noise oriented. Let's see what's going on over here. Let's see it. Okay. Let's see here. I'm just reading Court TV's thing. Nothing over here. Nothing over here. Wait, hold on. Please hold. Okay, where'd y'all go? Present. WrestleMania! That was just trifling. What's her name? Show Business. I mean, come on, right? WrestleMania. I literally have been saying that over and over in my head, though. It's so funny. Um, WrestleMania. It really did. Did y'all see where NK was spotted at that funeral? And somebody said this in the Patreon chat, and I agree too. How has she not been put out there yet? Or has she? And I just don't follow it enough to know. It jump scared me. Because at first I was like, that's not her. And then I looked closer and I was like, oh, yeah, that's her. I was like, that's definitely her. She's just put on some weight, is all. But I mean, honestly, with the level of stress, can you imagine like being her in that scenario? I mean, she's almost like different, like she's like in that Casey Anthony category. I said, hey, cool. Hey, please, Amy. No, WrestleMania. Do you know what it sounded like? You know, like those death metal bands that are like, go, 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 go. That's what she sounded like. So, well, you know what? Hold on, John. Hold on. Please help. Please help. Nicole. I said, please hold. I'll get it here. She'll be. Please hold. It is near. Where'd she go? She was just not there. Oh, wait, here. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, so that's her at this funeral. Now, if you zoom in on it, which I can't really do on this thing right here, you'll see like it's just her heavier. You know what I'm saying? Because at first, like from here, I was like, that's not her. But I was on my phone when I looked, and then I was like, I zoomed in on it. I was like, oh yeah, that's her. I can see it in the eyes. So yeah, what funeral it was, I'm not sure. Pardon me. Hold on, where'd the thing go now? So yeah, Emily says, hold on. Oh, hey, Emily. Oh, you're all good, Emily. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. I hope your move's going okay. Moving absolutely sucks. Moving absolutely sucks. Yeah, this is kind of a different time to be going live and during the daytime or whatever. So now also y'all just so you know they have it on a 30-minute pause. Like technically right now it's going on, but the judge issued a 30-minute like delay in the camera or whatever. Totally get it. So that's gonna be going on. So technically now it should have been like going on for 30 minutes, which would, if you do it or whatever, 2 o'clock is when, you know what I'm saying? That would align up. Hey, True Crime. Hey, Liz. WrestleMania. Right. That's so that part. Oh my gosh. It's interesting to see how busy this is. I don't think I've ever been to Arizona. I think I've driven through it, but I don't think I've ever been. I mean, when I say driven through it, it was like when I was, 20 years ago. I'm getting all kind of Lori notifications. Hey, Julie, what's going on? Oh, awesome. Thanks, Kai. So where I'm at, and I'm in Eastern time, I'm in North Carolina. It is 1:51 right now. Brittany says, I thought she was saying razzle dazzle, but now I can't hear. Honestly, I would have loved razzle dazzle as well. That would have been in that same category. Ow. That would have been in the same category of WrestleMania. Yeah, you know what? Let's do, and I don't even know why I didn't think about that. Please hold. Please hold, y'all. Now, Court TV, hold on now. Hey now. Don't dream it's over. Hey now. Okay, please hold. Let me go find this right here. I said, boom. I said, it's cold in here. I said, there must be some Lori Daybells in the atmosphere. I said, boom. I said, it's cold in here. Okay. I mean, honestly. Honestly, no. We're just going to toggle. We're just going to toggle. Now we're over in the Court TV room. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Okay, there we are. So the WrestleMania thing, for people who like Tori or who didn't catch that. So we watched Taylor Show Business's hearing that she did the other day, and where she attacked her what do you call it, her attorney, and she jumped up, and it literally sounds like she said WrestleMania and then attacked her lawyer. I think really what she said or started to was, why is the media? And she couldn't get here out, but it literally sounded like, see, WrestleMania. Why is the media? You see what I'm saying? But it literally sounds like she said WrestleMania. So we put it in suit. I'm gonna do a video for the main channel, but I I'm talking, y'all. We were screaming, screaming. Thank you, Jules. It had us going. Okay. Now I've got opening it. Lori Daybell is representing herself. It looks like they're showing us the ceiling in the courtroom. Maybe they're on break. Okay, wait. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. I said, boom. I said, it's cold in here. I said, there must be some. Nate Eaton. Okay, Nate Eaton says sidebar has been underway for 10 minutes now. Lori appears passionate as she addresses the judge. Again, this is all on headphones as white noise plays in the courtroom, so we don't know what she or the prosecutor are arguing. So it sounds to me like they are in a sidebar. Sidebar's over. Trina K just motioned to Brandon Boudreau to walk out of the courtroom with her. They exited the room. Judge says the jurors are assembled on another floor. Court will resume shortly. Okay, so they're kind of already in a holding pattern. Day one and this kind of stuff, I mean, this is going to take a minute, right? It's just, it is what it is. This is how this stuff goes, sadly. So we'll just kind of sit here and we'll be doing. Yeah, Adonis says Lori's off to a great start. Yep, 100%. Yeah, passionate. Okay, yeah, right, passionate. I can't wait to see Kay Woodcock come in there and just own her. And I feel like she will, because here's the thing at this point. Kay's had to sit here and fight for justice for her family, for her grandchildren, for all these people, right? And so she knows Lori's number. And as Lori has, how would you say it? Like, gone deeper and deeper into like whatever, being Lori. Thank you, Daddy's girl. I appreciate it. Um, Kay has remained Kay and strong and gone the opposite direction, right? Empowering and all this stuff. So Lori's going to look small and bitter and whatnot. Um, so maybe we should do this real quick. Well, hold on. Donna says, I want to trust myself to be an arm's length with Lori. Honestly. Yes, Sandy says, Kay and Larry have lost so much. My heart breaks them. It does. Hold on. Sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. Sorry. This is my usual, like, this is the time of the day that you already know, right? At any time of the day, I start yawning. But this is like, especially my time of the day where I'm like, because like I get up at 4, I get ready for the gym, and so then it's like, oh, it's 2, 3 o'clock. It's nap time. I'll be really. You'll be like, Paul, this trial started. You missed the whole first day. Brenda, nothing's happened yet. They're apparently in a sidebar, Lori was in a sidebar, and then the prosecution took Brandon Boudreau out in the hallway and is talking to him. Now remember, Brandon Boudreau is who they tried to they tried taking his life. Luckily, he survived. He's one of the few people who survived who they put their focuses on trying to, take out or whatever. And his trial will be next. There might be some level of like, we don't want you here or whatever. I know Holly says your body is already ejecting Lori's nonsense. Absolutely. It can sense it through the phone. Okay, let's see what Nate's saying. We've got camera action. Someone bumped into the camera. I can't hear. Okay, we're still in a holding pattern. Oh, now see, Nate reposted Kay Woodcock 21 hours ago. Kay Woodcock tweeted, "Thank you, Izzy. I appreciate it." Kay Woodcock tweeted, "Finally begins tomorrow, been a long, tumultuous journey. My sweet brother." Watching from heaven, we pray for earthly justice as it's best we can hope for. We love and miss you lots. My God. I mean, it's just. Okay. Yeah, so Anita asked us if they're going to basically rewind or whatever. My understanding is like once they start showing us feed, it's like what we're seeing now is probably the beginning, I would imagine. Like, I don't know how it works. But, also with you saying that, that makes sense, Anita, because it's like, have they actually started like filming? It sounds like they haven't even started the trial. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, Erica, how was how was Hidden True Crimes interview with him? Police Amy says, I'm so excited for this trial and trial should get justice. I know. Yeah, so Anita, I feel like what technically it's supposed to do is like be a 30-minute delay. So like we technically now should be starting to see the start of it, but I don't personally think it's actually started. You see what I'm saying? Like I think they're doing all that preliminary stuff. Like this is sad. If you follow me for a while, you'll get why I'm saying this. So my telehealth appointment is at like 4. So say like 10 till I'll be like get on my phone, whatever. That means that's when opening statements will start. Okay, I'm telling you. If you know me, you know that is when they will start. Okay. Hey, Simply Needs, it's good seeing you. I hope you're doing well. So that is 100% when they will start. Oh wait, hold on. Depending the president, the jury is not present. State oh, we've got closed caption and stuff going on. We got closed caption and stuff going on. And that's the courtroom you're hearing in the background. That's not me doing little, organizing things. Candle. I don't know why it said candle. I know. Culinary crimes. Dear health, tell her, can you just do this on me? Lori is speaking. I literally, you don't know how bad I want to do that. Crafting on the floor says Pierre. Oh, wait, hold on.
Yes. Go ahead and just give it to my courtroom assistant. Thank you. Juror 3 also called my staff last week after the jury was selected, and the impression I got is Juror 3 doesn't have a problem with jury service. Juror 3's employer has a problem with jury service.
I just increased it the best I could, Sandy. Now, of course, they're not saying anything right now, but we'll see what they do in a second. Yeah, can you believe that employer? Okay, wait, is that Lori? Yes. Isn't that her in the black shirt? Yes, right?
Because we're getting a little bit later start, I'll keep Juror 3 after into the lunch hour individually about whether it's really him versus his employer, and offer to write a letter if he needs one to his employer about the requirements of jury service, and just sort of feel out that situation a little further, but we'll keep him on for right now. Please silence all phones.
Yeah, who's the employer?
As I said, we are still missing one juror. As soon as those jurors all get here, we will proceed into the opening statements.
Judge, I did email the court staff about an individual, Brandon Boudreau, who would like to be present. He's in the courtroom currently. He has been noticed by the defendant back on March 6th as a potential witness. He has not been subpoenaed to date. He is here and would like to be present in the courtroom for the trial. I think that the court has previously allowed another witness that the defendant had also listed, reporter Nate Eaton, to be in this courtroom. The court had indicated that if these individuals were not subpoenaed, that the court would look at precluding them. It has been over a month since she has noticed him. He has not been subpoenaed. He is a victim in another case against this defendant. I'm asking that he be permitted to remain in the courtroom today.
All right, let me hear from the defendant.
Your Honor, our subpoenas were with OPDS, so I do not have any. We're looking for some confirmation for when those went out.
Well, is this a witness that is, first of all, have relevant information and likely to be called as a witness?
Yes.
What's the relevant information?
That we almost tried to kill him.
There's several things, but he will be called to talk about
How he tried to
things
kill
that he was
him.
involved with my husband during that time.
Well, has the state interviewed this witness? Or potential witness?
Not with regards to this case. I don't know what he will be called to talk about things means. So I would like a little more information as to what the relevance is of this witness.
Yeah, this is already really
It's relevant
sassy.
information, which, as I've said, is testimony that makes a fact more likely or less likely that's an issue in the case. So what fact would you testify about that make it more likely or less likely? Can you give me some sort of specific information that you would expect him to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor. His communications with my husband up to the date of his of this incident.
What would those communications be? And how are they not hearsay?
They're his communications with my husband. That's how they're not hearsay.
Okay, and what type of communications?
Phone calls, text messages.
I meant what substance? Can you give me some idea of the relevant information that he would provide to the jury that would help them make a decision?
Without giving away my entire defense.
Well, we don't just get to call witnesses that, you know, are going to testify about, we talked about the weather that day, you know, so you do need to give me some sort of information about what his anticipated testimony would be.
Well, his relevance in coming that day to do an intervention on me with the family.
Is this witness, Mr. Boudreau, is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's go on sidebar.
Didn't get the subpoena sent out. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Drink to that one. Drink to that one. Didn't get the subpoena sent out. Can't even come up with the things she wants to question him about. It's so transparent. Y'all, look at this. Hold on. I mean, I could just eat him alive. He's so cute. He's like, hold on now, don't do that. Oh, Lord. But she has to come over here. Lori's going to be a march around that courtroom like she's Madonna on the Vogue tour in 1990 something. With that little headset. She's going to be up there. She is loving this. So interesting that she is more hair down. You know, it looks like she's got a little number on. Hey, Tori, I hope y'all are doing okay. You know, she's more whatever. By the way, you can get transcripts of the sidebars. Ooh, we love that. The courtroom does seem like an auditorium, right? Like it seems like, I mean, obviously now Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis on Twitter said it's packed courtroom. Let's see what else other people are saying. Let's see what Nate's saying. Okay, Nate's saying 3 3 minutes ago, white noise is now being played in the courtroom as Judge, Lori, and Trina have on their earphones for a sidebar. Lori's investigator just stood up from the table and quickly walked out of the room. 31 seconds ago, sidebar is still underway. Jurors have not yet entered the courtroom. So this is, remember, this is 30-minute, what do you call it, like delay or whatever. Hey, Heather, how's it going? Yeah, the weather here, Raleigh, Durham is, I don't know what it is now, but like an hour ago, it was pouring down rain. Yeah, he's like, we don't need Lori coming up here talking about WrestleMania. Right. Huge. Oh God, Tori, that breaks my heart. Are you doing okay? Oh my gosh. God bless. Oh my God. I mean, it's obviously for the best, you know what I'm saying? But still, it's heartbreaking. Oh my gosh. I don't really know how the boys are with this storm. Like it's storm. Like they're fine right here. Oh, you know what, y'all? Okay, I have it over there. So when I get up to go to the bathroom later, I'll grab it. So I got our gavel and then the little screaming goat that someone sent me. But the thing is that the boys attack the screaming goat. They do not like the screaming goat at all. Hey, John, how's it going? So for those just joining, we're on a 30-minute delay and they're still just kind of getting started, all that kind of stuff. And right now, what we're witnessing here is Lori is having an issue. Lori is having an issue because she wanted to subpoena Brandon Boudreau, she's been charged with attempting to murder. And I'm sure she just wanted to do it to maybe keep him quiet. I don't know. Or to keep him out of the courtroom. I don't know. But she's having a sidebar with the judge is what I'm getting at. So they had an issue with one of the jurors. So we're still just kind of getting going here. Lori said, or Tori says she used to get so scared. Oh God knows, Tori, Lord. I just know, I hate that for that. There's nothing to even describe the feeling of that loss. Oh, Casey says I got a screaming goat too. Wasn't that? Aren't they? What screaming goat? RD. I'll show you in a minute. It's this little figurine, and when you do it, the goat goes bah. Chrissy, oh my God, I hope you're doing well. Chrissy, are you doing okay? I responded to you on Instagram today. Are you doing any better? Oh, I hope that you're doing well too. Lord, no, or as best as you can be. I hope you got some form of good news from your doctors and stuff. Amber Apple says, did any subpoenas go out? I don't know. It could be a short trial. I mean, honestly, at this point, she's like, well, you know, I thought whatever had the things. And I'm just like, girl, I mean, again, what does the judge say? The judge says, this is why some people don't do the speedy trial thing. Now, on the other hand, I get what she's saying, where it's like, look, hold on, you know, I want a speedy trial. It's a constitutional right. You know what I'm saying? Like, got it. Okay. But the wheels of justice move very, very, very slow. And even slower for a situation like this where she's representing herself. But there are just some basic housekeeping things. And and Crafton, are you still in here? Can you give any insight into the subpoena part? I mean, is it almost like that this could be a normal type thing, or is this a Lori thing? Because to me, it's just weird that like her subpoena still haven't been sent out. Because here's the thing: some of these people might be like, "I'm not showing up. I'm not going in there." But Crafty says yes. Okay, yeah, yeah. So is this a Lori thing, crafting, or is this like, no? This is kind of how it goes sometimes. That's a good one, Tori. That's a good one. A design. It says internally and externally screaming. I love that. No results. Okay. Oh, fingers crossed for you, Chrissy. Story's going to go. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So, oh, pardon me. So, Wilma, the incorrect, the ish show, it started. So, we're on a 30-minute delay. So, our time, Eastern, it started at 2, but it really been going on for 30 minutes. They haven't even got the jury in there. She's already in a sidebar. Now, also, did y'all notice how unsure of herself she sounded? When he was like, well, what do you want to ask Brandon? And she's like, well, I mean, that's a big secret. I can't be telling you my defense. And he's like, well, you can give me the gist of it. And she's like, well, you know, it was giving. Hold on, let me get the thing ready. So Lori's first answer was giving, we invented Post-it notes, but why did we forget to make up what we did for a businesswoman's lunch? I can't believe we forgot to make up what we do. It was giving Romeo and Michelle's high school reunion. Okay. Let's just be honest. That's 100% what she was giving. I just know those opening statements are going to start like 10 till 4. Is Justin the niece's husband? Do y'all remember what Melanie's new husband's name is? Brandon was the ex-husband of Melanie Ian Pulowski is Melanie Pulowski's new husband. Brandon Boudreau was the ex-husband who she several people allegedly tried to have killed. We'll just say that. Around noon, yes. I'm going to leave the stream running. And then when we go to lunch, it depends on what they're doing here. We'll put maybe a palate cleanser on or like an interview or something like that. Think summer. Okay, wait. Crafting says subpoenas force a person to show up to court to testify, but a person can willingly show up to testify. Or someone, if a lawyer wants someone to testify, but they aren't willing to testify, please hold. Please hold. Crafting is crafting a response. Wait, that's my baby daddy's name. I can't forget it. Wait, what is true crime? Brandon or Ian? Then the person. Okay, hold on. Then the person could just tell Lori to pound. Okay, yeah. Shayna's been a member and so much more for 7 months. Brandon seems more of a liability to Lori. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Thanks, Brenda. Because this is my thing. I'm like, why would you want to subpoena him unless it was drama? Why would you want to subpoena the man that you're on trial for trying to kill? I'm sure he does have some answers. Can you imagine her questioning him? Drama. Ian. Okay, yeah. I love that name too. I think it's such a handsome name. Ian for a guy. Ian, right? Is that still a thing? Is it still like a name? I love the name Ian. I love the name Brian. Of course, now in true crime, there's so many things. As soon as I said Brian, I thought Brian Laundry, and I was like, never mind. Right. I was like, Jenny said what I was thinking. Ian's are usually hot. 100%. Yeah, Ian's handsome. It's hot. It's all those things. So then by default, where was it? True crime? Amanda is. Wait, where'd you go? So by default, can you confirm all these things, Amanda? Of course, you couldn't say no, right? You couldn't say no. No, guys with the name Ian are hot, right? Yeah, Luke. I love Luke too. Obviously, well, Bo. Okay, so Bo and Luke for the Dukes of Hazzard guys, not the dogs. But I think those names are hot too. Now, also, Bo is a little bit too like, what do you call it? Like, even though I like it, it's a little too like, it reminds me of a character from Tennessee Williams, one of his stories. The jury's going in the courtroom. Junks' jury's going in the courtroom. Okay, so here we go. Jack is another good name. My daughter's boyfriend's name is Bo, and I love the way that's spelled there. It's to me like when I true crime man says hi, I plead the fifth. I never dated him for a reason, long story, but can't forget the name. Oh, the last name Walker is hot too. Wait, Luke Walker. No, I love that. So making law simple, they showed like a little bit, but we haven't seen like the audience. So far, I know like Hidden True Crime's there, Pretty Lies and Alibis, Gigi's there, Annie Cushing's there. Hold on, my name is pronounced. Hold on, Kevin. My last name is Walker. Kevin Walker. Keenly Kevin. Okay, got it. Yeah. Luke Walker. Oh yeah. Oh wait, so there's some action going on in the thing. The judge is doing something with that secret door. Yeah, Luke Skywalker. I mean, it's just. Honestly. Norman. Oh my God! Immediately, I thought of Norman Bates. Hey, mate. Norm. Hey, Norm. And then who's the neighbor? They're like, hey, Norm. Cade. Walker, Sawyer. Oh yeah, Summer's naming off all the names there, right? Norman, but Norman's also a very like strong, handsome name. But yeah, immediately I do. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I immediately was like Norman Bates. But if you don't know that world, then you don't know that world. You know what I'm saying? Like Paul, you don't hear my name. To me, Paul is very boring. That's right from Cheers. My name is very boring, right? And you don't hear that much either. Like it's not really a normal name anymore. Paul Walker. That's a handsome name. Excuse me. Oklahoma Fox says my husband is a Paul. That's funny. Now all these Pauls are coming out of the woodwork. Yeah, whenever I run into so at my job, I would have to like obviously like get people's like names when they came in. And so I kind of based on that, like when somebody would come in from with Paul, I would be like, who are you? And they would usually be older, my age, you know what I'm saying? Like not a kid, like early 20, whatever. Oh, I guess is Paul an Italian name? Preston's another good one. Oh, Oscar and Gabriel. Gabriel is very well, both of those names are very how do you say it? Like not fancy sounding, but like upper crust, or you know what I'm saying? Like what's the word for it? Paul Newman. David, I like that name. Jay Harrington. Ooh, that last name Harrington Christie is very handsome. Classy, yes, thank you. Aristocratic, yes, all those words, yes. Oh, wait, let me look at Nate's. Yeah, you know what, John? You're right. Now, Grant, but see, to me, I don't know how old you are, John, but like to me, I can think of a lot of Johns, but they're like in my category and older. You know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, now that I think about it, I'm like, I don't hear John as much anymore. And I also don't know what people are naming like, you know, I don't know what their people are naming their kids. 34. Okay, yeah. I don't know what like people are naming like say newborns these days. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Nathaniel's very handsome. I hate the name Chad. I know. Here's the thing. So I used to love the name Chad, right? But now it's 100% associated with this case right here. Avery John. Oh my God, that's so handsome. Nathaniel too. Oh my gosh. Wilma says my name's always mentioned in the obituary. It's old as heck. I'm sorry, that tickles me. Ava John. Oh, that's handsome. Oh, Victor. I love that. Oh, Rand. That's a good one, Anita. I love getting everybody's names. I love this. Debbie, you know what? Now, see, Debbie, I'll say this same type thing. I know a lot of Deb. Like immediately, I just thought of 2 or 3 that I went to school with, but I don't know if it's a name that's like still put out there as much. Mandy, my best friend in high school, well, one of them was named Mandy, and it was just Mandy, not short for Amanda. Oh, Ethan Dexter. That's good, y'all. Dexter. That name is like that. I think that name's hot. And I'm obviously thinking of the show Dexter, so it kind of like goes in with that. But like Dexter's just like I used to have a cat named Dexter too. Yeah, I think of the Apostle Paul too. Carter is a good one. Carter's a really handsome name. My grandson is Trey. Is that how you pronounce it? Trey? And if so, I love the spelling of that. Leo. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Leo. Hudson. Oh, I love that one. Bowen. I love that one too. Dawn Paula. Oh, another Paula. Oh yeah, Travis is a good one. Yeah, I love the name Travis. Eric Phoenix. That's good. Well, hey, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, for those just joining, we're just sitting here waiting for it to start. They're in a sidebar and they're just doing stuff. They're dealing with things with Brandon Boudreau being in the courtroom, and Lori's already starting up drama. So, it is what it is. Yeah, let me see. Bo looks like he's ready to come around. Okay. You don't growl. Growl, you say hey. You want to say hey? Okay. He's like, let's see what Nate's saying. Hold on. I was like, I want to sit with you, but quit touching me. Matt, could you turn the fan on for me, please? Hey, witness. Thank you. Okay, so Nate has a couple of things he put up here. First of all, 5 minutes ago, Nate Eaton says, a witness named Serena Sharp will testify that they had a girls' weekend with Lori, and Lori said Charles was possessed by an evil spirit named Ned. Charles was no longer in his body, and Lori asked the women to come together to cast out the evil spirit. Lori said Charles, where is it? Was already gone. This is in March 2019. Later that month, Alex texted Lori, Ned is still alive, just confirmed. Lori responded, it's not Ned, it's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right? Honestly, can't roll my eyes hard enough at this blasphemy. All these dead bodies underneath this drama. Okay, now Adam Cox, Lori's brother, will testify and talk about how Lori moved away from mainstream LDS beliefs and started saying unusual, bizarre things. Charles found out Lori was having an affair with Chad. The jurors are focused on Trina. None of them are taking notes. They're looking at Trina and seem to be listening intently. Trina talks about. So it sounds like they've started opening statements, but again, they're 30 minutes behind. So we're just kind of waiting for that. Now, what I'll be doing too for people who either popping in, whatever, I'm going to be making notes. Hold on, y'all. Luke wants to say hello. He feels left. Come here. Luke feels left out. Luke's a little bit wiry. Luke earlier was chewing on he found something, right? That, they were all going to just kill each other over, and Luke's chewing on it or whatever. So it's like, well, you got to get this. And Matt was like, I thought Yorkies were supposed to be these kind of fancy dogs. He was like, what happened to Luke? He's just a Raggedy Ann, garbage sift Yorkie. I was like, I don't know what happened to little Luke, but I mean, come on now. Something did, right? Oh my gosh. Ain't nothing fancy about Luke, okay? I'm telling you. Luke is like dead. Luke is like me. Okay, Luke is like spastic. Yeah, he's a grunge Yorkie, and 100%. Luke's from the streets. 100%. Luke is from the streets and of the streets. Don't think any differently. So Debbie, I've got 2, and then Matt has 2 as well. Oh, you know what? That would be cute. Good, true. Like making the convicted convicted defendant's little dog toy for the dog should chew on, right? I know the 30-minute delay is killing me because now we know that the opening statements are going on, and you want to talk about FOMO? Okay, like I have it serious right now, okay, because we know that there are people hearing the opening statements, and we're over here like, what? I don't want to read too much because then it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to see it, hear it come up, but it should be popping up soon. Hey, you coming back for more attention? Now Jake says he wants to get in on this. You want to say hey? Mm-hmm. You tired of sleeping? You gonna get the puppies going? We're all very interested in the bag of chips over here. This is a big time thing right now. No, there you go. Good boys. Okay, yes, this is very serious business. Good boy. Good boy. Let me turn them.
Are you a dog?
I heard something. Here they are. Oh my god, 4 coyotes. I think they're cute, but not in like the, oh, they're in my yard coming at me way. You know what I'm saying? Jake, so where does Jake fit into the pecking order? He's kind of almost at the bottom, I'm not gonna lie. Jake's a little lover. Bo. He's not a fighter in any sense of the word. He likes playing with it. So Jake, how old is Jake, Matt? Yeah, but Oliver's a little bit older, isn't he? Okay, so Jake and Oliver are basically 2. Jake's birthday is in January. Jake plays with these puppies who are 8 months old as if he's 8 months old, which is totally cool. You don't growl at him now. You don't growl at your big brother. No. It's okay. There's nothing left over here. There's nothing left. They've learned to scale from here to the desk to the counter when they want, like when they really, really want something. And so that's why they're all fixated over here, because they're like, do we need to get on the desk? Bobo, don't think about that. Oh, I love that name. Grayson, Elena. Oh, those are beautiful names. Yay. Sandy says we're all going to fall asleep with this crap. I know, right? Yes, Zen. So about the Yorkies, you know, obviously Bo and Jake Bo and Luke are both boys, but Luke, I mean, y'all, when I tell you he does not stop barking. And he's way more growly and barky and snippy, and Bo's very not that. Hey Karen, how's it going? Hey Zim. Jessica. Wombo. Yeah, tempted. I get that. What's funny is, what's his name? Bo, I think, tries to wear that badge of Bo wants to be the alpha in his mind. Oliver is the true alpha, and Bo's just waiting for him to catch him slipping. Hold on, what do you got, dude? Okay, yeah, you're not gonna chew that. I'm stuck on strings. Got dun 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 dun. Can't do song reference. We will go off on a tangent. Yeah, but so yeah, hey Dread, how's it going? Yeah, Luke is very cuddly in the morning times and at nighttime when he goes to bed, and Bo likes to like sleep or like be next to me. Well, Kelly says, "Who do you believe she would have got if not called?" Kelly, are you talking about Lori? Like who would have been next? If you're talking about Lori and who would have been next, and thank you for the super chat. If you're talking about Lori and who would have been next, hold on, let me go back to the list of victims. You know who I think was going to be on the list? I think Melanie Pulowski's, well, obviously Brandon. I think the kids. I think that section was next, and Zulema I think would have been in there. Anyone and Melanie, what's her name? The other Melanie. I can't think of her name. Gibb. But definitely Pulowski's kids, I think would have been next because the kids are easier. You know what I'm saying? Like they can get to them easier. They could have done all this stuff. And I think they would have kept going down the line because I think also anyone who was questioning them or getting in their way would have been, they're dark now. They're a zombie. Yeah, Adam. Man, I'll tell you what, I would love to see, and this is just me being petty, I would love to see Melanie Gibb on the stand being questioned by Lori. Like, honestly, In my world, that's the same thing as like Jake Paul going up against Mike Tyson, right? Wait, hold on. I think that anyone that knew anything or pissed off, yeah, 100%, Kelly. Totally agree with you. They would like go just down that line. Okay, Colby says that Lori doesn't believe the zombie thing anymore. I mean, let's pray, right? Okay, they're bumping the camera. Okay, y'all. Before it comes up, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, and then grab more trial snacks. I already ate them. This is really sad. Yeah, and Police Amy says anyone who threatened their money or relationship, 100%, all these things. Again, I'll be right. I'll be right back.
If the defense can produce text messages or some information to provide to the court that shows he does in fact have relevant information, he might be called as a witness. But so far, the court can't find that Mr. Boudreau has any relevant information to this case. Therefore, Mr. Boudreau struck again without prejudice from the witness list. He can remain in the courtroom. We're going to bring the jury in. The other matters that were raised by the defense, we'll talk about at another time when the jury is not waiting.
Okay, here we go, everybody. Here we go. Yo, I missed it. What'd he say? bringing the jury in, Brandon can stay in court. Oliver has brought y'all a peace offering. He brought you the green spider. Y'all should feel very proud of yourselves. This is a big thing for him to bring this to you. Do you want to give the Sofa Squad the green spider? Is that what you're here for? Cool. Thank you, Crafting. And thank you, Crafting, for the super chat. Crafting says, I'm happy to answer general questions you might have about what's happening, but I can't give out legal advice. Thank you. That's awesome. Okay, kids. Now Daddy needs to write. Yeah, so, okay, sweetie, run along. There you go. So Brandon Boudreau, there's an attempted assassination on him when he got out of his car at his house. It's safe to say it was probably Alex and Chad, and his trial will be up next. So, yeah. Latoya says you may look but not touch the green spider, literally. Okay, he's speaking, but they're not letting us hear. Cooking with the grandma. Thanks for being back. I know. It's going to be wild doing another trial.
Testified to by
There we
a
go.
witness who has been sworn in and is answering questions from the witness stand. Therefore, it is important to remember that what is said by both the prosecutor and the defendant in opening statements and later in closing arguments is not evidence. The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. The state can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you going to use, yeah, put a mic over there.
So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, wrote this to her brother, Alex Cox, on July 9th of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is so meaningful, why this is relevant, you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow was married to Charles Vallow. Lori Vallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lori Daybell was Lori Vallow, married to Charles Vallow. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to be Lori Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles. And she could get all of this if Charles was dead. She could marry Chad Daybell and become Lori Daybell. She would get a $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ, as a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Well, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark. possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lori Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles. After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi. So how did this begin? We go back to 2018. Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. And he and others stayed at Lori and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lori and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them, but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lori Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear from some women who initially were close in Lori's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS Church. And initially they found Lori's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lori, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lori began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must repent. You will hear from Serena Sharp that in March of 2019, she attended a girls' weekend with Lori and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lori asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lori what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019, Alex Cox texted his sister, Lori Vallow, and said, quote, "Ned is still alive, just confirmed." Lori responded, "It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right? Just talk to him, question mark." Alex said, "Correct. Charles' body is alive." "What did you learn, question mark?" And Lori responded, "A lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later." As the year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him. Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say in response that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lori the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was. Now, Lori, of course, said it was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lori created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles. What about Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lori had been together for a long time. They had adopted one of Charles's family members' children, JJ. JJ was everything to Charles. JJ was the reason Charles and Lori were still together. You'll learn that Charles knew about Lori's beliefs, that he was called Nick or Ned or some name. You will learn that Charles told a lot of people about this. And on February 26th of 2019, Charles made a big decision. He had a $1 million life insurance policy, and his wife, Lori Vallow, had been the beneficiary. He changed it. He changed it to his sister, Kay Woodcock. You will learn he did not have to notify Lori about it, and she had no idea. You'll learn that Charles desperately wanted to bring Lori back to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You will learn that he was close with Lori's brother, Adam, and he was reaching out to him during this time period. You will hear from Adam. Adam will tell you that he himself had heard the defendant say things that were outside the LDS religion, that she was translated. Charles was possessed. He knew she was no longer following the LDS faith. Then, June 28th, Charles found out that Lori and Chad were having an affair. You will hear that he reached out to Lori about it, Chad's wife, and out to Adam Cox about it. Now you're going to hear about a lot of these things because the police executed numerous search warrants. You're going to hear that they executed search warrants on cell phone records, cell tower records, and iCloud accounts. You're going to learn that an iCloud account is basically a service through Apple where you can store everything. Photos, emails, documents, whatever you want. This can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional. Your phone or your computer may be saving items there without you even realizing it. You'll learn that for years, Lori Vallow had an iCloud account that was loriforstyle@icloud.com. But after Charles learned about Chad Daybell on that June 28th, she created a new iCloud account, lollytime@icloud account. Many of these text messages between Lori and others that you're going to hear about at trial were recovered from those two iCloud accounts. You're also going to learn about Charles's cell phone. The police eventually recovered it, and they were able to extract the data, look at the messages and things that had been in there. And you're going to learn about those text messages with Adam Cox from July 9th through the 11th. You're going to hear from Adam that they were talking about an intervention, about maybe recording Lori, saying these things and taking those recordings to the stake president, or just confronting the stake president about it. They didn't have an exact plan, but on July 9th, Adam agreed to fly to Phoenix to help try to talk to his sister, talk to the stake president, get her back into this faith. Ultimately, Adam flew to Phoenix on the 10th, as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records. They had a conversation about it. But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember that's after that message by Lori that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother, and Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lori be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lori to Alex about that intervention that she knew about and being like Nephi show that by the evening of July 9th of 2019, Lori knew that Charles was trying to have an intervention. In that text message, remember, she said they are trying to have an intervention. She knew it was Charles and others. She also told her brother he had to stay close for the next couple days because she knew that she was going to be seeing Charles on the 11th when he came over to pick up their son, JJ, to take him to school. She told him, it's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. A few minutes after Lori had texted Alex that message on July 9th that they were going to be like Nephi, Alex called his sister Lori, and they talked for over 56 minutes, planning how they were going to get rid of Charles. Alex would stay close with his gun, and he and Lori would be like Nephi. July 10th of 2019 is a day before Charles was killed. We know from text messages that by 7:18 p.m., Alex was already at Lori's house. He brought a garbage bag with some clothes and an orange duffel bag with his .45 caliber handgun and 2 extra magazines of ammunition. He was prepared. We also know that the evening of July 10th, Charles sent a message to Lori letting her know that he would be over at 7:30 a.m. the next day to pick up JJ, to take him to school. Lori and Alex knew exactly when this murder would happen and where it would happen. They just had to make sure that Charles stayed in the house. You'll hear that on the evening of July 10th, Charles spent his last night alive on a date. He had been on several dating apps and appeared to be moving on. You will hear from his date, Nancy Jo, that she and Charles had met on an LDS dating site a few days before. You will hear that she had talked to him and texted him for hours. Sometimes they would talk for 3 hours on the phone. Nancy Jo will tell you that Charles told her about everything of his relationship, his wife's beliefs, everything that was going on. And he had told her about this change to the beneficiary of his life insurance. She will tell you it sounded like a lot of drama, but she still was interested and wanted to meet this person, and so they met that evening for dinner. She'll tell you that she understood on the 11th that Charles would be picking up his son, that he was actually going to meet a realtor about finding a place to rent here so he could be closer to JJ, and that he was going to try to get in touch with Adam to meet up. And then they were supposed to meet later in the day. She will also tell you that she actually told Charles, kind of joking, but in a way to end the drama, why don't you just tell Lori that you changed the life insurance policy so she knows it's not her? Nancy Jo will tell you the next day, she texted Charles. She called him, and she actually thought he had ghosted her. She didn't know he was dead until a few months later when she saw something on the news, a photo of him, and actually learned that he had been killed on July 11th. So let's talk about July 11th. That morning, Lori Vallow was up early and she was texting with Chad Daybell. You'll learn that we do not have those text messages. They were not saved in the iCloud, but we have them from the phone records. Alex was already at Lori's house with his gun, and everyone knew that Charles was a punctual person and would be there around 7:30 to pick up JJ so he could get to school. You're going to learn that, like many people, Charles had left his GPS data locating service on his phone. So that means when his phone is moving around, it was constantly documenting with GPS the location of the phone. During this trial, you're actually going to see this data mapped out. You'll be able to see Charles come to the house, and then you're going to see his phone leave with the defendant and what she does all day with it. What we know is that Charles arrived at Lori's house at about 7:35. He texted Adam Cox and told him that Alex, or Al, is here. You'll see from photos that Alex's truck was parked in the driveway. Adam responded, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back." Charles didn't respond to that. Adam then texted, "They're planning something." And Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam told Charles, "I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." Charles told Adam, "What you do is up to you." Adam then told Charles he was going to reach out to Alex and ask him to come get him and see what Alex would do. And in fact, he did text his brother. You'll learn that Charles read that text message from Adam, but he didn't respond. Adam sent one more text message to Charles at 7:49 a.m. on July 11th. He told him that he and his son were going to go play basketball at 8 p.m. to look for a specific church leader who was usually there and have a conversation with him. Charles Vallow never read that message, but you will learn that Lori and Alex did. Charles went to the front door of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, a house that he had rented for his wife, Lori Vallow, a house that he paid for. Charles would have had to knock on the door, alerting Lori and Alex that he was there. He got JJ, put him out in the car. And then Lori Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from just leaving with JJ. Lori Vallow wanted to stop this intervention. Lori Vallow wanted to stop Charles and Adam from trying to take her temple recommend away. Lori Vallow, who wanted to be Lori Daybell, and Lori Vallow, who wanted Charles's money. So Lori took Charles's cell phone, and she refused to give it back. Lori Vallow, or Lori Daybell, whatever name you want to call her by, is why Charles didn't just leave with JJ that morning. Lori Vallow is why Alex was able to shoot Charles. Lori Vallow is why Charles is dead. I want to tell you a little bit about the scene, this house, so you can understand what's happening here. When you walk in the front door, there's a big room. It was empty, no furniture. There were mirrors on 2 of the walls, windows on a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall had doorways going into the kitchen and a hallway off to the bedrooms. This is where Charles Vallow was killed. This is where Alex Cox shot him 2 times. The first shot to Charles Vallow was to his chest. It exited out his back. Charles Vallow fell to the ground. He put his left hand to this wound, and blood transferred onto it. You will hear from the medical examiner that this shot went through his heart. and that a person can take seconds to up to 2 minutes to die from that type of wound. You will hear that a person can still talk and move after they're shot in the heart. And we know Charles was able to move since he put his dominant left hand on his chest and transferred that blood to his hand. You will see that. As Charles lay on the floor of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, Alex Cox stood at his feet and fired a second shot. That shot entered his abdomen and it exited his left shoulder. The angle was significantly upward. Dr. Baumgartner, who is the medical examiner, will tell you that this wound was shored. You will learn that shored means that there was something hard behind that wound. So when the bullet exited it, it caused a different tearing pattern than the other wound that exited Charles's back. It is this shored wound, this exit on Charles's left shoulder, that shows us that there was nothing accidental about this second shot. You will learn from the cell phone that at 7:49, Lori left Charles's house, or left her house with Charles's cell phone, his wallet, his rental car, and JJ and Tylee. She drove to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off at school before she and her daughter Tylee drove back to the house. During this time, while Lori is driving around in Charles's car with his phone, she spoke with her brother Alex twice. The first call was at 7:52 a.m., 3 minutes after she left. The second call was at 8:06 a.m., 17 minutes after she left. You will hear that when Alex and Lori are talking, neither of them had called 911 yet. In fact, you will hear that Alex didn't call 911 until 47 minutes after Lori left. Charles Vallow lay dead on the floor of that house for 47 minutes before he called 911. During this 47 minutes, Alex began staging the scene and making mistakes. You're going to learn that the police found a bat that was located on the right side of Charles to the north of his head. Like he had been holding it, and when he was shot and fell, it dropped, it rolled up against one of the walls that had mirrors on it. What you're going to learn that is Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed. In fact, you're going to learn that Charles was a semi-professional baseball player. He pitched and he batted left-handed. So that bat was on the wrong side. Next, you're going to hear about an injury to Alex himself. Lori had told police that Charles hit Alex in the head with this bat before Alex shot Charles. Classic self-defense. But in all cases, we must look at the physical evidence because it doesn't lie. And the physical evidence doesn't have a bias or a memory loss. Sometimes it's the lack of physical evidence that doesn't lie. So again, we know that this room where Charles was shot had no furniture, mirrors, 2 walls. You learn that although Lori claimed that Charles hit Alex with that bat and then Alex shot him in self-defense, that Alex's gun had no blood transferred on it. Alex was allegedly struck in the head with a bat by a semi-professional baseball player. Doesn't go unconscious, and he never touches that injury. Pulls out a gun, is able to shoot this man twice, and then he takes the gun down a hallway, puts it into a room,
Wow.
never apparently touching his head or this wound. And again, Lori says that Alex was hit with the bat in this room by Charles. But again, what we don't see is any blood on the floor. Charles strikes Alex in the head with a bat. They're grappling on the ground. There's not a single drop of blood on the ground in that room. There's pooling of blood around Charles as he lay there on the ground. There's not a drop of blood going down the hallway to where Alex put the gun. There's not a drop of blood in the room where Alex put that gun. There's not a drop of blood on the floor in the kitchen where Alex went to go wash his hands. There are no towels, sheets, clothing, napkins with blood on them where Alex was holding his head and trying to stop this bleeding from this injury. You will see on body-worn camera, Alex Cox, who's on with 911, come out of the house. He will have a phone in one hand and his other hand up, and you will notice that he actually has a pair of sunglasses resting on the top of his head. You will see at some point, Alex sits down and they ask him to move to another location. They talk to him for a while, and then you'll see him eventually touch his head a few times, and then he obtains a napkin or towel, something, and you'll see him at times rubbing his head, patting it. That is the only bloody item you will see. Those sunglasses on Alex's head. He is struck in the head by a baseball player while grappling on the ground. He then pulls out a gun and shoots his brother, puts away this gun, deals with his injury, and yet those sunglasses are still right there on the top of his head. No blood on the floors, no blood on the gun, no damage to the mirrors, bat on the wrong side. The lack of physical evidence to help support this self-defense claim. Next, trajectory. The medical examiner will talk to you about the trajectory through Charles's body. The detectives are going to talk to you about the trajectory through the room. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that the trajectory of that first shot to Charles, the one that went through his chest, through his heart, and out his back, was front to back and slightly downward. It will be less than an inch downward. The detectives will tell you that the bullet from that shot, actually, as it exited Charles's back, ended up across the room in the baseboard. They pulled it out and recovered it. Both of them will say that this shot is consistent with Charles being standing upright with a person in front of him. The gun could be slightly down, or his hand could cause that little bit of downward angle. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that that second shot that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his
Thank
left
you, Amy.
shoulder, that the trajectory of that shot was front to back and significantly upward, 13 inches upward. Dr. Baumgartner is also the one who will tell you about that shored wound. What you will hear from the detectives, though, is that when they found Charles on the ground, off to the side of his left shoulder was the other bullet on the ground, not embedded. They'll also tell you that when they finally moved Charles, they took his body away, they cleaned up the blood on the ground, and they noticed a defect in the flooring, in the wood, consistent with a bullet striking the ground. That defect was located where Charles's left shoulder had been. You will hear that both Dr. Baumgartner and the detectives found the trajectory, the wounds, were consistent with Charles laying on the ground, Alex being at his feet when that second shot was fired. The physical evidence does not lie. Charles was on the ground when Alex Cox fired that second shot. The injuries to Charles, the location of the bullet strikes, the trajectory of the injuries both in Charles and in the house all show this was not self-defense. This was a staged murder scene. I told you that Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 a.m., and we know this because of Charles Vallow's cell phone. The 911 call was placed at 8:36 a.m., 47 minutes later. The police arrived at 5531 South Four Peaks Place at about 8:41 a.m. Lori Vallow and her daughter Tylee returned to the house at 8:48 a.m. When the police first contacted Lori Vallow, they thought she had no idea that her husband was dead, that he'd been shot and killed. Initially, you will see body cam footage of an officer going up and just getting her information. Lori doesn't ask, why are all these police here? Why is there a fire truck here? Why is my brother sitting on the ground over there? Or is he okay? Instead, she comments about her neighbors. You'll learn that the police then pulled her aside to do what they call a death notification, to let her know that her husband was dead. Only to their surprise, she told them she knew, she was there. So at this point, the police knew they needed to take her to the police station and question her. You'll learn that Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police. She was treated very kindly. The police asked her what happened. Lori Vallow told the police that she took Charles's cell phone. She admitted that she was the reason that Charles didn't just leave and take JJ to school. She told police in no uncertain terms that Charles was demanding his phone back, and she refused to give it back. She told the police that even as Charles screamed at her for his phone, she walked away from him, wouldn't give it to him. No matter what happened or what Charles said or did, she would not give his phone back to him. Lori told police that her daughter Tylee came out of the room during this screaming with a bat, that Charles took it away from Tylee, and Tylee fell on the ground, and she told Tylee to go out to the car with JJ. She still didn't return the phone. She told police that Alex came out, that he and Charles got into this scuffle with the bat, that Charles hit him in the head with the bat. She still didn't give Charles back the phone. What she did instead was take his phone and go around that wall into the kitchen. Left the situation. Time to let brother Alex be Nephi. While she's in the kitchen, she said she heard the gunshot, came out, saw Charles on the ground, and her brother standing at Charles's feet. Then she told the police she left. You'll learn that the police actually had no idea that Lori still had Charles's phone. Even when they're interviewing her, she still had it. Police are processing the house, looking for it. Where is it? I can't find it. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear that the police actually called Lori and Alex and asked them to come back to the scene. And when Lori arrived, they told her they couldn't find Charles's phone. And she told the detective that she found the phone in the car. Found it in the car. She gave Charles's phone to Detective Enclan and then provided her with Charles's PIN number to get into the phone. You'll learn that after those interviews in the morning, Lori and Alex went back to Alex's house in Santan. And there they went through Charles's phone. You'll learn that Alex actually took photos of some of the messages between Charles and Adam, including Adam's flight reservations. And he later sent those to his sister, Lori. July 11th. Lori didn't tell any of Charles's family he was dead. She didn't tell Adam that Charles was dead. She certainly knows they'd been talking. The next day, Lori texted Charles's sons from his prior marriage and told them, "Your dad is dead." Charles's sons reached out to their Aunt Kay about this, and you'll learn that Kay and her husband had to Google this, see if it was true. They found out that Charles had been shot. So what about the money? That life insurance policy. Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy. When he got it, his wife, Lori Vallow, was the beneficiary. We know that Charles died on a Thursday, July 11th. That next Monday, July 15th, Lori Vallow called Banner Life Insurance. The call was recorded and you'll hear it. She told the agent that Charles had been accidentally shot. It was an accident. And that she was the beneficiary. Both of those statements are not correct. There was nothing accidental about that shooting, and she was not the beneficiary. 3 days later, on July 18th, Lori Vallow learned that she was not the beneficiary. Banner Life Insurance could not and would not tell her who Charles had changed it to. But Lori was angry about it. And you're going to learn that on July 18th of 2019, there's another very important text message in this case. The first one on July 9th between Lori and Alex when they discussed being like Nephi. And on July 18th, 7 days after Lori and Alex killed Charles and Lori learned she is not getting $1 million life insurance policy, she sends a message to Chad Daybell. Quote, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. You can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS." In this text message, Lori tells Chad that it was probably Ned, that evil spirit inhabiting Charles's body, that changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of him, before they killed him. After Lori found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad. And she also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone. But as Lori told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money from the death of Charles. Lori knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed. $4,000 a month. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case is going to show you that Lori Vallow, Daybell, conspired with her brother, Alex Cox, to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lori know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lori created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi, to kill Charles Vallow to better at least her life so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder? Money and Chad Daybell. You will see text messages and hear from people who Lori trusted and who were later pushed away. People who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad. People who heard Lori for months saying Charles was gone, possessed. People who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lori to her brother, Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lori of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Okay, y'all, that was crazy, y'all.
An opening statement. Okay, because of the lunch hour, your opening statement will start after lunch. I'm going to excuse the jury for lunch. I'm going to ask juror 3 to stay back. I need to talk to you about something. Please remember the admonition, jurors. We'll see you. Let's start. Everyone be back in the jury room about 1:20 p.m. and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, y'all. Now, I am going to say this real quick. I was sitting here literally getting panicky because I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to perfectly work out for Lori's opening statements to start the minute that I have to go do my telehealth appointment. So I personally am glad that he's sending everybody to lunch so that I can watch the opening statement. Oh, am I still so loud? This is turned down. How's this right here? Is it still really loud right here? I mean, I have my thing on like the second setting right here. No change. I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm turning the overall volume. I'm turning the overall volume down on my computer, but remind me to turn it back up when the thing starts or whatever. So y'all, major. Okay, so these are things that maybe other people knew, like, you know, some of those channels like Hidden True Crime, Crasher, who do these major deep dives into this. Okay, so I didn't know about the pill thing. Then when she did the what do you call it? When she laid it all out for the injuries and stuff like that, it was like we knew it went something like that, but we didn't know. I'm talking about, I should say, I didn't know how, right? Hold on. I didn't know. She pieced it together for me is what I'm getting at. She gave a good visual for like that whole thing about the injury on the head, because to me it was like we knew that wasn't real. We knew he didn't really hit him, you know what I'm saying, like, or in that capacity. So yeah, this is what I think happened. I think that he killed him. He stood over him, he gave that shot. Charles sat there and was, I mean, it breaks your heart. He was completely aware of what was going on, probably like what the, you know what, Alex kills him, does him in, and then sets the scene. Alex probably at some point, he either hit his head on something, he did something to give himself that. You know what I mean? Her drugging him. And then the whole thing about there was no blood in here. I mean, it made so much sense when she was like, okay, yeah, So he hit you with the bat and then you shot him. Well, then where's the blood? Remember how in the thing where Alex is all like, "Oh golly jeepers, oh golly jeepers, I've got the thing in my head here. Oh golly jeepers," like trying to make a big thing out of it. You know what? Hold on, please hold. Now, in a few minutes, I have to go to my thing. I'm gonna put something on in the meantime. Oh yeah, and the left-handed thing too. Boom shakalaka, and oh my god, I say that all the time. Like boom shakalaka, and literally somebody's asked me like, why do you keep saying boom shakalaka yesterday? And I was like, it's just like a thing that I like to say. Anyways, okay. Yeah, I didn't know the left-handed thing either. So we learned. I mean, for me at least, I learned a lot. I learned a lot in this. Major, 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 major. Yvonne says this is pretty damaging information. How can she, do the plea? I mean, honestly, that's why it's like, why would she even do this? You know what I'm saying? Like all this information here, I'm like, seriously? Seriously. Okay, let's see how this goes, Lori. So they're at lunch. They're going to be back at 1:20. Let me look something up real quick. Please hold. Okay, so let me ask y'all this, and let me find you again. Okay, so do y'all want me to put on Zulima's interview during lunch, Melanie Gibb's interview? Do you want me to replay Lori's interview? Like, of those things, like, what would you like to be watching in the meantime that I can put up here? Do any of those sound of interest? We were going to watch them leading up to it, but we never got to Zulima or Melanie. So I can put Gibbs. We got one for Gibbs. Zulima. I can do. I forget that I have this on. Please hold. Okay, Lord mercy. Please hold. Now hold on. The dogs are going to start barking. Hold on. I'm going to put you on mute real quick. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna let the interview go for, or I'm sorry, the poll go for a couple of minutes, and then I'm gonna get ready for my little thing or whatever. So, wow, y'all, I'm trying to be. I know that I'm not trying to make light of this. If y'all knew how excited I am to hear Lori Daybell's opening, what can you say to the opening that we just saw? Like, there's like, what is she going to possibly say? Right? There's no way. There's nothing you could say. There's nothing you can say. I mean, she's going to get up here. She is going to show out. She is going to show out. Okay, hold on one second. Also for the new members, pardon me, we have the new little emojis down there too, like the lipstick and the pie and all the little stuff or whatever. So don't forget to use them, I mean, come on. I'm gonna let the thing go a couple more minutes before we do, but so far Zulima's winning out. And basically this is what we'll do. Let's pretend it's Zulima that wins out. I'll play Zulima. I'm gonna go do my telehealth thing, grab my food, my early dinner, I guess you could say at this point, do bathroom, that kind of stuff. Then we'll come back and we'll just wait for the next segment to start. And then we'll go from there. I was starting to get nervous with the opening statements. They were going to go on and on. I'm talking like a 2-hour opening statement, where I was going to be like, okay, because again, I saw several people say this where they were like, imagine being the jury and this is the first time you're hearing this. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, imagine this is the first time you're hearing it. Because for us that have followed it, some of this stuff is like new. You know what I'm saying? So imagine this is like semi-new. Oh, what about Colby's? I'll have to talk to Lauren first before I do that one. But that's one, and I haven't watched it yet, but yeah. It's been baguettes in the oven. Oh, that sounds good, Jennifer. Oh, JB says we should get our bingo cards ready. I know, right? Literally gonna need them. Hey, I want to come say hey. Okay, let me go see what's going on over here. Okay, now Gibbs is winning out. Now, also, we'll be doing all throughout the trial during lunchtime. We'll put something else on. You know what I'm saying? So it could be different stuff. I'll check into Lauren if she minds me doing that for maybe tomorrow or whatever. And then it's different things come up. There might be some days where we're like, let's not watch it. We need a palate cleanser. Like it's, from because some of the stuff's going to be depressing. Like, it just is what it is. Let me find y'all. Yeah, I know. Upstate says, what could Lori possibly say? I agree. Okay, let me see where we're at. Okay, we're at Gibbs. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to pull up Gibbs. I'll put her on while I'm going to doing my thing. I mean, I'm not going to be long. And then there's so many. Okay, so do we want to watch Nate Eaton's interview, like the original, or do we want to watch the police interview? That's the next layer. So do we want just dropping? So it's going to be Melanie Gibbs. Do we want to watch Nate Eaton or the police? Please, Nate, please. Okay. Nate, please. Please. Nate, please. Oh, it's like half and half. Okay, Jung says juror 3 was excused for hardship. Oh yeah, well, hey, what you doing? You coming up to the Daddy's gotta get up. You can't get tucked back in right now. Daddy's gotta get up. Okay, I'm gonna put the police thing on, and then again we can watch different ones throughout the different trials and whatnot. Hey. Justice for me was the sunglasses on the head. Exactly. I didn't even think about honestly. And the way they went through his phone. Adam, I'm telling you, whoever said Adam was gonna be next, you're on to something. Okay, hold on.
Talk to you a little bit about these castings.
Uh-huh.
Is that what you refer to them as? Or are you new to them?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm instantly blood boiling. She makes me really angry. Okay, so y'all, I'm going to put myself on mute, go do my doctor thing, grab my stuff, and then I'll put this on play, and I'll be wait, hold on, closed captions. I'll be checking in. Obviously, I'm just gonna be right here, literally like sitting in the chair, but just with the thing I was talking to my doctor thing, and then we'll reconvene. Right. So this is a time to go use the bathroom, get your stuff, get set up for ready, because Lori is up. Okay, I've got it on the other screen. It ain't going nowhere. I love y'all. I will see you in a few minutes. All the things. Here we go. I'm turning this back up. I'm turning my volume all the way up on the computer for the interview. So brace yourselves.
Recording.
Okay.
Buttons being played out. So.
Well, that's not good.
Water, do you need another water?
I don't think so. No, I think I'll be good.
All right, if you do, just give us a yell.
We'll yell.
Hey, hey,
How are you?
good to see you. I'm good.
Good.
Is Duncan gonna be around?
Duncan's just on another case right now, so
Oh.
if he finishes up, I will
Yeah,
let
tell
you
me
know
come in.
that.
Yeah, I like him. He's fun. He's
Okay.
fun. He's a
He's a
jokester.
good guy.
Yes, he was. I get to work with him every day.
Oh, good for you.
So he never wears socks.
Odd.
So
Does he not have sweaty feet?
No, he wears those little tiny, what are they called? They're not anklets,
Like
like the
this?
no-shows.
Oh, the no-shows.
Yeah.
No, see, those creep down to me,
Yeah.
and then they go under and they make your feet uncomfortable.
What's weird about is when he sits down, while his pants go up, you see his shoes and there's like that much because he's so tall, long-legged. Nothing, no socks.
So we always tease him about, man, are you wearing socks today?
It's almost girly-like, because girls
Yeah.
have more ankle shoes.
Or did you cut the little ball off the back of your sock?
I bet you guys are fun. Oh,
How are you?
I'm
Been a long
good.
time.
No, I'm good. I'm married now,
That's what I understand. Good.
Awesome, congrats.
and we still are married, according to a gossip that's out there that we're separated. That's the gossip.
You know, I may have saw that somewhere.
And I'm like, who comes up with this stuff?
Caught me by surprise a little bit.
And I was like, they got the gossip. You know what I heard? I don't follow me. I don't look up any information about what people say about me. Don't want to know, don't care. Anyway, but somebody told me, did you know that you and David were married on 12/12? That's 12 times 12 is 144. Like the 144,000. I went,
Oh my God.
I was like, I never ever put that together. And then it was Alex's death, didn't even know it was his death. Didn't even know, because I didn't
On the
memorize the
12th of
day.
December?
That's what they said, and I was like,
Yeah, he did that.
I'm glad that they know more than I know about myself. And I was
It's
like,
crazy. It's crazy.
people,
how-
you guys are like,
Melanie, there's
why
not-
do you spend your life looking at another person and gossiping about them? That is so bad.
some people, and really with this case, they're so involved with it, is like, it seems like it's just consumed their
It's
lives.
consuming. It's
And
addiction.
they're always posting, they're always looking, always coming with these little things.
Oh, it's so gross. I don't know what else they're saying, and I don't want to know. So I always tell people, don't tell me. Don't want to know what they're saying. Just leave me alone. So I don't know too much more. Isn't that great?
So Dave's still up there in Utah?
Yeah, and he said that if he wanted to, he was gonna come down and help me with some moving. I decided, no, I'm keeping my stuff in storage for another month.
Okay.
So he says if you need him, I could call him, he's standing by.
I don't think we need to talk to him.
Yeah, he said, I'll do what I can, but I don't really think I'm that useful. But he is a little bit.
He's useful.
He is useful because he's another witness.
Yeah, he's useful.
He's useful.
And a pretty good guy, I think.
Yeah,
But there may be an opportunity, we may have to sit down and have a chat with him, kind of like we're just trying to button things up a little bit.
Good.
Cross T's, dot I's, and then prepare for what's possibly coming here in the near future.
The trials. The trials.
Anyway, so it's been a long time since we've chatted. And then, so in that period of time, Ray, myself, Vinny, other detectives gone over quite a bit of stuff.
Okay.
And also quite a bit of stuff with you.
Yeah.
So in going over that stuff and talking to other people, more questions come to mind that we may have not known back then.
Okay.
And so this is where it's important that we sit down and talk with you again and kind of get that all out in the open and try to figure out exactly what has happened here and what it was going on.
Okay.
Even, when they moved to Idaho, but maybe even prior to moving to Idaho.
Okay.
So that's what we'll talk about a little bit. Melanie, one of our main objectives here is we are trying to block off any type of avenues here that somebody's saying we may not have checked out.
Okay.
Okay. So in doing that, some of these questions popped up, and I want you to be honest with me. And I don't have any reason.
I'm always going to be
I don't have any
100%
reason
honest with you.
to believe that you haven't.
Okay.
But what I do want anything that we talk about that you don't think is important, ask us. What I don't want to happen here is Melanie to think, well, you know what? And I don't know if that's happening. I hope not, but something you might be holding back on us thinking, well, I'm not sure if I really want them to know that.
Okay.
Unless they ask me a direct question about it.
Okay.
We don't want to have to be pulling
Yeah.
information at you.
Okay.
Just be an open book and tell us.
Absolutely.
And it'll make this a whole lot faster.
Yeah.
So, last time we talked to you, we didn't really hit this portion up very hard, but I want to talk to you a little bit about these castings.
Uh-huh.
Is that what you referred to them as, or are you new to them?
Yeah, I think so.
What else were they referred to as?
It's been a while since I thought about it, so I can describe how it came about and what it sounded like, if that helps, because I don't really know what else to call it than that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the idea of casting out is to help people spiritually leave the body, right? That's the whole premise from Christ.
Well, I've never heard of it being, okay, so I know that
let's go back
Christ
to
is
Christ.
casting out
That's-
demons, and
Yeah.
I understand that.
That's the premise, that's all. That's all it is. I mean, that's what the idea is to get, and if there is an evil spirit in you, then you ask in the name of Christ that evil spirit leave. That's what it's about. Okay.
So sometimes in my mind, I'm having a little trouble trying to picture this.
Okay.
But like, if I look at this, I'm like, such and such has a evil spirit in them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would call a group together to have a prayer and a casting.
Yeah.
Or if I would just, you know, in my own personal prayer, say, Lord,
Mhm.
will you help this person out?
Right.
Um,
Oh, I don't agree with it. But I want you to know that's what the idea.
But-
Anything I tell you, I don't agree with. But that's how it came about in the time. So how it started was this. We were in Sulema's house, probably in January. I don't know how to remember the date other than I was trying to think of sequences,
Okay.
you know. So there was Christina and Nicole. Remember them?
Mhm.
And Serena was there. I was there, Sulema was there, and Lori was there. And maybe Sulema's daughter might have been in the house, but I don't remember. And so she was talking to everybody about that Charles was now had this evil spirit in him. Okay, so that was kind of what they were talking about.
Okay, tell me about that evil spirit. Did the evil spirit have a name?
Yeah, remember we talked about it. It's the Ned guy.
Right.
That's what they
Okay.
said he was. He
All
was this Ned person. Okay. All right. So she's kind of talking to the girls, and they're all kind of talking about what's going on. And she's like, I don't know what we're supposed to do about this. How do we get, how do I do this? I don't understand what this. So nobody has any information about casting out at this point. And then Christina, she starts talking about something. This was all beyond me because I didn't do the energy work. I mean, I had energy work done to me before, but I don't know how to do it. And I don't know if Christina knew about it or not. I'm not sure. But Christina started talking about, man, I don't know how she brought it up now. It's been a long time for me to remember. I don't know how they start talking about, but somehow they start talking about casting out somehow. And then they all start joining in. I was listening because I didn't have any comment to make to it. I was like, I don't know. And then they were trying to figure out, she was trying to help solve the problem. Like, if this Ned is in him, how do we get him out? Or I don't even know if that was the right word at the time, get him out. But
Can I stop real quick?
yeah.
Remind me how she knew that was Ned.
Okay, that was, remember when Chad made the phone call? Lori and I were in her house, one of her houses she lived in. Not the last house, but the one prior to the last one. Because I remember where I was at certain times, so I remember the house. Anyway, so I remember she was coming in the door. It seemed like we just did a podcast with a couple of men. So we just did that podcast. They left. And Chad calls and says, hey, I want to let you know that I did some research and figured out that this Ned. Oh, it's been a while since I thought about this. Ned.
That's what I know you're talking about.
Yeah, you even forgetting details. It's been 2 years, right? Or something like that. So Ned, Schneider, thank you. And Ned Schneider is in him. And she was taken back a little bit because it was a new concept for her. She didn't know about that this could happen. So this was introduced from Chad. Absolutely 100% sure of that. Okay. So then she was ruminating over that idea for a while. They were talking.
How are you 100% sure of that? That was introduced by Chad to her.
Because I'm watching them talk on the phone. And after that conversation, she shares with me, this is what Chad just shared with me.
All right.
And so she didn't look like she made it up because she had never talked that way before. She never said anything like, hey, there's an evil spirit. And that never occurred to her. So when she first told me, I could tell she was like trying to absorb it. It looked like it was new for her. And so, so that's where it came from. And so I'm sure they had a lot of conversations, which I wasn't privy to. So then when she came together in January with all these girls, she was talking about this problem she had about this Ned person now coming in. And she said that her reasoning for that was that Satan was breaking eternal law and that he could now do this. Like he had some kind of power to do this. And so now these evil spirits are able to get into these bodies. So if we use you as an example, Ron is no longer Ron, he's, Phil. And Phil comes in and he is now, I'm really dealing with Phil. I'm not really dealing with Ron anymore.
Because Ron's gone.
Ron's gone. He went to the spirit world or whatever, someplace, right? And so anyway, as we talked around the girl, they were trying to figure out, well, how do we do this? How do we get this spirit out? So they sat there and talked about it. And a lot of the wording that they used, which I can't recall all of it, but it had to do with features that they learned from energy work. different weapons and different
Well, so like,
stones or different things that they had learned through a spiritual means, talking about, hey, and they came up with this stuff. I did not come up with it because I didn't even know what to say about any of
did
it.
they come up with it, or did Lori assign them something?
No, at first they talked about it as a group. They were like, well, what can we do? And it seemed like Christina started bringing it out first, actually. She's the one that, and I'm trying to remember the words, but I can't really remember what she said. I just remember she's like, I remember her sitting down with her one day and go, what can we do to help you, Lori? She was sincere. And I was thinking, I have no idea. Like, I don't know what that looks like. And so anyway, they started talking and getting different ideas. And so she was told that she had this priesthood power. Now that Moroni gave it to her in the temple, she suddenly had this priesthood power.
Right.
That women were now getting it, because you know that they don't have it in church,
Did you
right?
find that odd?
Yeah, everything's odd. But at the same time, because I was on this, so I had listened to some podcasts she had learned. So it wasn't super odd for a person that had listened to Julie Rowe or Mike Stroud, because they were talking about how to, now if you go back and listen to those two, she doesn't come up with this stuff herself. This has been coming up by other people, okay?
Well, right, and I know that the big picture, it's all a little weird, but when you hear, because, you know, you're LDS.
Yeah.
When you hear something as in Moroni appeared to her in the temple and gave her priesthood powers, what did you think about that?
Well, let me back up to when I first met her to help you understand how I got involved with her. You know, Jason Mou's the one that introduced me to her. He met her in the temple and said, hey, there's like-minded people that are spiritual, Here's Melly's information. So she meets me and she hears me talking a little bit, because I'm doing something for a stake event. It was really normal and good, and, you know, it had to do with, you know, like natural preparedness kind of things, you know, something that we all can learn and enjoy. Anyway, afterwards, she's in the back with Melanie. And then I came out, and then she came out, and Melanie was still in there because there was other classes going on. And she was just so excited to meet me. And she was like, you know, she's talking about people she knew, like Mike Stroud, or not knew, but knew of from podcasts, and Julie Rowe and her change of heart. And I said, well, I've been changed to Christ. And my experience is a normal experience that somebody would have. But she was like mirroring me. And I think she's mirroring me, because I didn't know that then. I didn't know her. So I would have no way of knowing. But anyway, she was like, oh, I've been changed by Christ. And I said, well, I have too. And it wasn't a more significant way than maybe what I experienced at church. It was a beautiful experience that I had. And so, but there was nothing odd about it. It was just beautiful, you know? And so she said that she had the same, and she was super excited. And then she said, well, I said, you must have been through a really, you know, a lot of challenges in your life to be able to have these experiences. She goes, well, she says, I've had some special experiences with the Lord in the temple. And she might have said Moroni at the time too. She might have. I can't remember if that was the next time I saw her or not. And I was like, wow, what have you been through? And she's like, well, you know, my kid was raped by her father, and who would have known that probably is a lie. But anyway, she was bringing this story about all her trials, and they sounded genuine to me. I did not think she would. I don't think people are manipulating. That's one of my weaknesses. I don't manipulate. I don't know how to. So I was so foreign to it that I was like, oh, she can't be lying to me. She sounds just like me, as far as my testimony of Christ. Now, not all the crazy stuff, but just that normal kind of sisterly bond that you would have with somebody in church. So then she tells me, well, because we had listened to Mike Stroud, he talked about 144,000 and about how people are going to be called to help be instruments in God's hands of bringing people together, like the lost tribes and different things in the last days. And so she says, well, I've had these experiences, and I know that I'm part of the 144,000. The Lord sealed me his in the temple kind of thing. And I didn't necessarily disbelieve it. It wasn't a new thought for me, because I had listened to different podcasters talk about some of their experiences, and I didn't think that they were lying either, because they sounded like it matched Mormon doctrine. All of it did. Because I'd read the scriptures a lot, and I thought, well, you know, I know about these things, but somebody's actually having them. And so, but, you know, people can have real experiences, but somebody can take that and act like that as their own.
Sure.
And I think that's what she did, is she took some information that could or couldn't have been true. I don't know if the guy had it or if he was deceived. I don't know that personally. But anyway, she learned a lot about, and Julie Rowe, they talked about casting out. They talked about when evil spirits, you put your arm to the square, you cast out, you use, and then talked about love is your most powerful weapon. And different weapons. He would say different weapons. I don't know if he described them, but he just talked about love as the most powerful weapon we can use against the adversary. So I don't know, maybe she took that, and then she took Julie Rowe's freaked out stuff that she's whacked, but she was heavily into the energy work. And a lot of these things were like coming through, all these weapons and different things and evil spirits around you. So I remember one time she told me when she was in Hawaii, before I ever met her, so this was when she was living there, she recalled a moment. She goes, I remember, Melanie, I woke up, an angel woke me up and said, you need to email Julie Rowe and tell her that she's a true servant. And I was thinking, wow, maybe Julie, because I didn't think Lori was lying to me. I thought she was really enlightened. And anyway, she believed in this. And anyway, she said she finally figured, she said, I can't even email, or I don't do Facebook. She's like, I just finally read the back of the book, had the email on it, and just said, you are a servant, and that's it. And she just said, Lori, and that's all she said. She sent off and went back to bed. So I was thinking, wow, okay. And so, so when her and I met that day, she's like, I know that Moroni, she must have told me about Moroni, or he was the savior. I know that he's called me to be part of that 144,000 to help other women. I'm to gather other women, something like that, and help them be part of the gathering kind of thing. Okay. So her and I go to the temple. We go to the Phoenix temple because I remember the Gilbert temple was closed. So we're going in there. This is, if you're LDS, you're going to be surprised by this. This is where the deception really began. I go into the temple and I'm going in the dressing room. We're getting our white clothes on. And she is in the dressing stall. I come out and I stand behind. They have an arch window in the Phoenix temple, right in the women's room. And I'm standing there, and all of a sudden I get this like heat all over my head, and I'm like, "What's that?" So I said, "Lori." She comes out. I said, "Feel my head," and she goes, "Oh, it's happening." And I was like, "Yeah, it's really hot on top of." I didn't have a fever. Nowhere else on my body was hot. And it wasn't because the sun was coming through. It was really like this heat. It lasted for, I don't know, like a minute or two. Mm-hmm. And she's like, wow, it's happening. I'm thinking, wow, that's pretty awesome. You know, I'm thinking that's good. And so anyway, we go into a couple of different rooms. I don't want to share too much because it's a temple. Right. But anyway, she thinks that she has the power to ordain me at that point to be part of this 144,000. And so she says a little prayer. That's her thing, her little prayers. And
did she say she got the keys to ordain you?
Yeah, from the Lord himself and from Moroni herself in the temple, in the initiatories, in a certain location in the initiatories. And the interesting thing, I told this to Rob, the same place that Sulema said she saw the Lord was the same place he said. And I was like, how did that happen where she said the same place? And he goes, well, Melanie, people can have some psychological word. I don't remember what to call it. So the psychological word that she had this experience in. And I was like, well, I never had anything like that. So I don't have the experience they do because I don't have visionary experiences. That's not me. That's not my gift. So I just assumed that because they had them, they knew more than me. Well, if they can see that, I can't see it. Maybe I don't doubt that people can have gifts like that. I'm very much a believer in that. Yeah. So that was a bit on the odd side. That happened to me in the temple. And I've asked other people that work in the temple and different things. They said, well, they can bring Satan in with them. I'm like, oh, yeah, they can. Mm-hmm. So that was sad. So that's where my confidence came from with her, because I'm in the temple of my God. That happens to me. Sure. So I had to, you can imagine after all this happened, I had to read back and go think, it's like, all those things you thought were revelation, get rid of them. Don't even remember. Don't go back to try to figure out, Heavenly Father, what happened here? I thought I was on your team. Sure. And I cried to the Lord. I said, I cheated on you. I broke my heart because I was that absolutely gobsmacked by it. Okay. Yeah.
So with these castings, and the first one you're involved in was at Zelina's house. And
I can't remember if they did it that night or the next day, or I don't remember, but it was.
Was it still at Zelina's house? Do you remember?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Pretty sure.
And was that just for Charles?
Oh, absolutely, because that's the only person they knew had that issue at the time, according to their pretend revelation. I call it pretend because who knows what they're listening to.
Describe to me
How they did
how
it?
they did it.
Okay, so they were trying to figure out first how to do it, and so they were all coming up with different ideas, and I wasn't familiar with their vernacular. They would say things like, like Melanie would coin the phrase probably like some kind of malachite or something after a while. Like malachite's a gem.
Mhm.
So they thought that gem had powers. You know how like in the chakra world, people get into stones and stuff like that? They kind of brought that into that. So they thought that had the power. And then
Those malachite rings or the malachite stone.
well, she eventually got that. Yeah, but that was, yeah, like the malachite stone. And then I remember Serena having a moment where she was like, we just need to ask, I don't know, it was a question. I remember it triggered something like, we need to ask permission for something. Anyway, sorry, it's been too long. And it was weird that something happened that night that was strange. Sulema and was it Serena? It's almost like they got attacked by an evil spirit. Like all of a sudden, Sulema's sitting there talking and all of a sudden she can't breathe. Like she's like, I'm having a hard time. I'm like, what is that about? And then Serena, it seemed like something happened to her where something happened to her. And Nicole, or maybe it was Nicole. I know Nicole had something with, Nicole's a sweet, gentle soul. If you ever met her. And she just all of a sudden got really depressed and really heavy and quiet. So anyway, they were obviously opening darkness anyway. So they would say, well, anytime darkness comes after you, it's because you're doing the right thing. So it's an oppositional idea,
Sure.
right? And so anyway, they would just basically, she would raise her arm to the square, Lori would, and then she would say through her priesthood power, which she believed she had the patriarchal power, which was higher than the Melchizedek power, okay? Sorry if this is confusing. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm following you.
He's following you.
And be patient. And Chad would help groom her into these beliefs and ideas. He would help her believe more and more, like, you're the most powerful woman in the world. And so anyway, they would just, each one of them had like a little something to say, like how they could help in a loving manner. It wasn't like an evil or a dark, like a yucky kind of a voice. It was, or I'm mad at you kind of a voice. It was like, come to the light, or, something like that. And so the only part I pitched in was my testimony of Jesus Christ. I didn't have anything else to offer than that, because I was like, well, Jesus did this, and look at what's his name, and look at Paul the apostle, and and I was just trying to share my little part, because I was like, all these people I don't know. And so anyway, that's just how she did it. And so she would, and I think she kind of did it more on her own as she got more closer to Chad, and everybody's kind of started leaving the group, like Nicole and what's her name, Christina, were out.
Mhm.
And then Serena was out early. Thank goodness on their part, they were out early. And it's only because Lord was getting jealous, or how the jealousy can get in, and she was worried because Serena would call Chad too much, and then she was like, Chad was like, well, she has more intentions than this, and then they cut her out of the group, just stupid stuff like
So
that.
you think that they cut Serena out of the group because Lori was jealous?
Well, I think, so he would say, this is how it started. He'd say, she keeps calling me. Serena keeps calling me, asking more and more questions. And then he would tell that to Lori, and Lori would talk to him about that and say, oh, she wants to learn more power, and she's actually now getting darker because she's getting like Julie Rowe or something something stupid like that. And then so pretty soon they had deemed her more dark, and she just they just cut her off. Basically means, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. So she went out of the country and came back. She got sick, and she was asking, like, what happened? Was some evil spirit touch me when I was there? And Serena had a hard time swallowing all this. After I came to her and said, these people are bad, she was like, you mean they lied about that and that? I'm like, Serena. And I had told her the whole story, everything that they killed the kids, and I really felt they did. And she was like, and we went to the temple, and she's like, Melanie, did they lie about this? I'm like, Serena, the whole thing is a lie. And she was so convinced. She was so convinced. And she's a very intelligent woman. She's a very beautiful and amazing woman. But she was just sucked into it. Mm. And so, and it had a lot to do with the preparation work, had a lot to do with learning things outside of Chad and Lori before we even got together, like, the podcast people. And that prepared Lori to meet Chad. I remember hearing that recording about her sister saying something like to Rob in that little room that they got in trouble, obviously didn't get in trouble, but tried to get in trouble with the defendants. And she was saying, I think that her podcast, she named who the podcast people were, but I choose not to use the names of people on the internet openly.
Right.
But she said, I believe she learned those teachings from this podcaster. And then when she met Chad, and it was an easy, oh yeah, I'm already prepared kind of thing. So that first day that they met, she was already prepared for Chad because of these podcasts that she'd been listening, which actually kind of got, went from Chad to this, Julie. So they kind of were connected a lot more ahead. They worked together quite a bit, and that's where he learned a lot of his energy work from, I believe. That's because I don't know that he knew about it until Julie Rowe, because Julie Rowe's the one that brought this whole emotion code and energy work and all that. She's the one that really opened that up. And then he switched from being with that one lady, Suzanne Freeman, and then he dumped her. I call it dump because he just kind of moved from one person to the other. And they went to Julie Rowe, and then he dumped Julie Rowe, and then he went to Lori. So he kind of kept doing this. Probably for money, he's really into his books, so he wanted to make money, and I've learned that he made a lot of money off Julie books. I just read, I recently learned that, but from a good source. But so this is what the castings really were about, is to invite the spirits to leave, or with their so-called power or their, things that they would bring. I never thought this was like a huge deal. I mean, I talked a little bit about it before. All I said too is like we did prayer, she did prayers to help cast or something. I don't know how I said it, but to me, it has no effect. There was no power in what she did. So it had nothing to do with anything because it was all by Satan. Now, when Julie Clement got involved, I remember one night we were at Lori's, the last house she was in before Charles died. I think he was still alive. And I remember they were doing a prayer, and Julie Clement and Sulema with their, energy, they both do energy work. They're saying, she's like, I saw this dragon, something like this. And I know Sulema said she saw that later, and I didn't see anything. So that's just what they imagined in their, I don't know, this, some evil spirit tricking them, something.
How many castings do you think that you were involved in?
Gosh, I don't know. I'd have to make a guess because I wouldn't know.
What would you guess?
Maybe 10? Maybe. I'm not sure. And they were just for chat, I think most of them were on Charles and not the kids. And Tammy, I know they probably did. I don't know what they did with the kids. I don't have any idea on that part. They probably, I'm not sure on Tammy. Maybe.
Let me ask you about Tammy then.
Yeah.
Was Chad there, or was it just Lori?
Well, they did. There was one, I can't remember who it was though. Sometimes these things, I don't remember all of it because sometimes I was often detached from a lot of it because I was involved in my own personal life. So I necessarily was,
And I know I'm asking a lot for try to reach back and grab.
Yeah, so we were in a circle, we were holding hands, and Charles had passed away, so it had to have been somebody else because Charles was dead. And Sulema, she started talking about that. She was into, moving the earth and the earthquakes and all that. You probably know that. She thought she had the power to do that. And I remember Chad and Lori said something, and I don't know if anybody else said anything. So who was it?
So Chad was there in the circle.
Oh, yeah.
Lori was there.
Yep. And I think Melanie and Alex, Sulema, me and David. David doesn't remember any of it. You can ask him. He's blocked it, dude. He was so blocked. He can't remember it.
And this was after Charles died.
This was right after he died when we had that little meeting. Remember how I said we got together one time in Charles's house?
So that would be like
July.
July
probably.
probably.
Yeah. But he died like July
11th.
7. I always try to remember 7/11. Okay. So yeah, Yeah,
You recall how soon after that was?
weeks,
Weeks.
within weeks.
Do you think it's still in July?
David had been in town. That's the only way I can track it.
But this casting was for what reason?
To continue to help the spirits that are in the bodies to talk them out of leaving their bodies.
What bodies?
I think it could have been Tammy. It might have been Brandon, maybe. That's the only two I could think of. That would be the only two I could think of, because if they said anything about that, I have no memory of that. So no memory. And definitely, well, because not JJ, definitely, because JJ wasn't deemed a zombie until, September, right?
Okay.
So they would definitely not have done it about JJ. So probably Tammy and Brandon, because they said Brandon was definitely at this high level, dark.
I don't want you, I appreciate you saying it was probably
Yeah.
either one of these two or maybe both, but
Yeah.
I need you to remember who was who was trying to be casted. If it was both, fine, but if it was just one.
I know,
think about it.
I can't even remember what Chad Lori said.
Okay.
I remember she always used her priesthood power, and then she was like, go ahead, take it over, Zulema. I remember that.
All right. So were you?
Because Zulema remembers. Yes?
Some things.
Okay.
Refresh my memory when you were up there in Idaho.
September?
You dated in September.
Mhm.
Was there a casting done at Lori's house?
Not that I can recall. I've tried to remember, like, did we have any? Not that I recall.
Or did you have how about a prayer? Were you guys got together and just had a prayer or anything like that?
Well, normal prayers like on the flute or something,
Right.
possibly like that. I don't recall.
Okay.
I mean, I could say maybe, but I don't remember.
So as far as the castings, none of them took place in Idaho that you were present at.
Not that I can recall.
Okay.
I'm doing my best to
I know,
remember,
I know.
but it's horrifying to think about it, but I don't know.
Okay. So the ones you may have been involved in were the ones here in Arizona, and that would have been at Lori's house,
Yeah.
Zulima's house.
Mm-hmm.
Where else?
I remember when she was at Charles's house, and the one in Houston, or was it Houston or no, the other city? I always forget what city it was. Remember she lived in
In
Florida
Texas?
and Texas. Remember that? I
Yeah.
remember she was. I can't remember if I was. It seemed like she was on the phone with Chad. I remember her talking about Charles because he was in the house. She was really. That's right. She was really into. She was really into Charles's. She kept saying, "Oh, he's getting broken down. He's getting broken down. He's getting weaker. He's getting weaker. We're just We're doing things to help, get him weaker, get his, spirit out of his body, kind of a thing." They were like working on him. I remember that a lot.
So let me ask you this. Were there any castings that you weren't present, you were just on the phone with them?
So there was, in the beginning, there was a phone call. That's right. Good. Thank you for reminding me. Serena, Zulema. At one point, Melanie joined in,
Melanie
and Nicole,
Gibb or Melanie Boudreau?
Melanie Boudreau. Oh, wait. Sorry. I remembered one. Let me just stick to that one for right now. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
All over the place. This is not enjoyable for me.
It's all right.
This sucks.
We'll get through it.
So yes, there was this phone thing because she was doing it through Zoom. It was a Zoom thing. And so they were like everybody had their own little parts. Like I just said, like mine, I just talked about Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
But one was over fire elements or something, wind, fire, earth. I don't know, just they came up with some funky words. And not that they were horrible words, they were just not usual, putting them together in a sentence kind of thing. I don't know how to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
It's very unusual. So yeah, they did that a few times on the phone. And then she just Dolores just kind of got tired of doing it with them. She was like, oh, this person talks too much. You get irritated with people. Like, I think she was always jealous. Anyway. So yeah, that was on the phone. And I don't know how many times, but I'd say a handful, maybe They tried it maybe 2 or 3 times, maybe. I don't know. And then one time, okay, so you know the house she moved in the first time, Alex's house, right after she left Charles the first time.
Mhm.
She went to Alex's house for a while. She had Serena on the phone, and Melanie was new to it, and she really didn't know what was going on. So it was the first time Melanie was exposed to it. And I remember we were holding hands, and I remember she said, my hands got really hot and then they got really cold. I was like, okay, not my experience, right? And then Serena kind of related to that. They were talking on the phone. And that was the night she came up with this idea, this map thing of zombies in the world. Arizona, Utah, Idaho, da, 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 da. And then she's like, okay, Chad says, and she'd be on the phone. How many, Chad, how many zombies in this state?
She called him by name, Chad.
I knew she was talking to him.
How'd you know he was talking to him?
Well, I just did. I mean, I just did. I don't know. I knew it.
Spell my name.
I'm sure she did, but I just know she was talking to him. Who else was she going to get this information from?
I don't know.
No, she was into him. She was way into Chad. She was infatuated with him big time. There was nobody else she could ever talk to about it. Nobody else could have given her that information. Nobody. I guarantee it was nobody else. I just know it was him only, because who else is she going to call? She doesn't know anybody that talks like Chad.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't know anybody. She wasn't friends with these podcasters. She didn't even know Julie Rowe. She never met her.
Okay.
So, anyway, and I could have maybe possibly heard his voice if she had a speaker sometime. I'm sure that happened at times. So I knew it was them talking. And I probably, she was on the phone a lot, in the car a lot. She was talking to him, and I just knew she was talking to him. And so anyway, he would say, okay, there's, I don't know, grab a number, 100 in this state, something in this state, and then throughout the whole world. And so he got this, like these people, or these entities are in other people's bodies. So her idea was, it was for her to get rid of the zombies. The idea was for her thought she had the power to cast out, she'd say in the name of whatever and with her power. And then he would check, oh, there's none left in the state, So anyway, that's how she did it. So anyway, I remember that conversation was kind of going on that night. And then, I don't know the heck they were talking about that night. I don't know who, I'm sure it was Charles. And I think it was probably for the world too. It probably was. And anyway, everybody was just holding hands. And anyway, they all said their little, whatever they could come up with, they think of that would help encourage the spirit to leave or encourage them. And it wasn't done it didn't seem like it was done out of any unkindness or anything like that. It was just a matter of, like, if you were to invite somebody to leave. I think they started using different weapons that had light in them to help that encourage that spirit to come out of the body by those words. But it had no power. So I haven't worried about it since I've left Lori. I was like, she didn't have any power. She can't hurt me. I'm not worried about her. So obviously I didn't believe in it to the level of worrying about my life, right? So
Gentle Paul voice incoming. Gentle Paul voice incoming. I turned it down about on the computer halfway, and then my volume's like in the tiniest little thing here. I don't want to scare y'all. Melanie, hey Slow, how's it going? Melanie is so excited to be here, and she is trying. I mean, okay, if you look up the term fighting for your life in the comments, this interview is next to it. Okay, this interview is next to it. Fighting for her life in the comments section. Okay. Y'all, I cannot with her. Okay. And the thing about this too is, excuse me. I mean, people died around this stuff, right? People were murdered over this BS. That thing she just said there, well, obviously I didn't believe in it enough to fear for my life. I mean, I'm not that crazy. But then she lets herself, Lori didn't know Julie Rowe. Oh, yeah, no. She didn't know her. I mean, yeah, Robin said they all feel so important. It's insane. Literally, it is insane how much they do. Let me go see where we're at over here. Okay, it says that it's going to, so coverage will resume at 5 p.m. Pardon me. Coverage will resume at 5 p.m. Eastern time. So we basically have 30 more minutes. Mo says, can you imagine living this every day? You're like, no. Again, imagine waking up talking about, I'm just going to go get my coffee and start my day. And you know, this crowd right here, 6 a.m., they're bringing this energy right here. This is the level of energy there. As soon as they wake up, they're talking about, I'm going to change the world and teach you with a condescending tone. You know, it's like, can you just have, can we watch some Housewives of, Rehoboth Beach, or whatever it is? You know what I'm saying? Like, just something that doesn't take any thought process. I'm not trying to say, like, it's not good to, like, whatever, try yourself or whatever. I've heard your voice cut out a few times. Oh, wait. Is my voice cutting in and out? Yeah, and the 5 p.m. thing is Eastern time. Okay, so it could go to 7 p.m. So this could go to 10 o'clock at night, my time. We're here for it. Yeah, that did work out perfect, y'all, for me, because I did my telehealth appointment, and it's like, okay, here we go. We're good. Let's get Lori up to the stage. Now, she's probably technically already going right now. Let's see what they're doing over on Law and Crime. Gigi was just on Law and Crime. Doing that little sidebar like they do outside kind of a thing. I'm guessing maybe Law and Crime like sponsored her to go to the trial or something like that. Because she's there, obviously. Hidden True Crime's there. So for those that are just joining, opening statements, the state came in, they basically laid out the story. Some things that were new to me were Lori telling somebody that she's been crushing JJ's pills up, putting them in Charles's protein shake. They laid out how things didn't make sense with the murder of Charles, such as the setting the crime scene up, putting the baseball bat around the wrong hand. There not being any blood anywhere where it should be if Alex claims that Charles struck him with a baseball bat and then he pulled a gun out and shot him. Like, there should have been blood in the gun. There should have been blood. He said that he then went to the bedroom, put the gun away. There should be blood there. Vanessa, we are on lunch and Lori is going to give her opening statement when we return. We're talking 100% cringe binge is on the way. Buffy K says Lauren says over in True Crime that Lori was violently shaking her head during opening. So yeah, we all just kind of had our little lunch, and yeah, you're just on time, Vanessa. We've got like 25 more minutes. Yeah, we're just here for the cringe binge. Ba-bum, ba-da-ba-bum. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, Shaggy says sunglasses. Hold on, let me write that down. I'm making notes. So y'all also know that when they're doing their opening, I'm here on the phone. I'm just making notes in my thing like I do, so that I can make an update, like go down my bullet list of things I want to talk about for the main channel. And I'm just going to be doing my in the truck video on the phone to upload it because that's the fastest thing to do. for that. You know what I'm saying? Emily, I hope your moving's going well. Where did my notes go? Please hold. Currently looking for notes. There we go. And yeah, I saw somebody posted that clip of what do you call it? Where is the clip of Alex Cox, Lori's dead brother now, doing his stand-up routine where he's talking about shocking. Oh my God, y'all, I forget, what is Lori's first husband's name? Joseph Ryan. It's so cringy. Oh, the puppies, are they behind my head? Well, Luke is on my legs. Luke, do you want to say hello, or are you sleeping? Nope, he says, nope, I'm doing good. It's okay, little buddy. I don't know where Luke's or Bo's probably in here somewhere. Yeah. He's under this big mound of blankets. Wait, that's her third husband? Joe Ryan was her third husband? Okay. Come. The puppies, they'll come back around a little bit. Yeah, the burrowing is so cute. Did y'all see? Well, hold on. You see, he's got his little party hair. What is it? What Bo? That's Bo. Y'all are looking at. That's his bed. He just woke up head. He gets a new groomer this weekend. Look, he's gonna burrow. Go ahead, don't be shy. Burrow. Hold on, let's see what he does. Is that not just precious? Is that not just the precious thing? Yeah, there you go. Okay. Let's go see what they're doing over it. No. Yeah, I'm gonna play Melanie again for a minute, y'all.
That's kind of it. I mean, is there something you're kind of looking at that might help you more?
Well, I
maybe-
really want to just dive into these.
Yeah,
these
to kind of
things.
understand them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just my understanding, and we made it a little bit
Yeah.
on this in our first interview, but my understanding is that the spirits, in order for the spirit to be taken out of the body, has to be casted out.
Mhm.
However, if that body or the spirit in that body is a certain darkness,
Mhm.
just casting it out doesn't prevent it
From coming back out.
from coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and there's certain ways that body can be destroyed.
Body or the spirit?
Or spirit.
I don't know if it can be destroyed.
The spirit?
I don't know if they can be destroyed. I don't know if the Father
You never heard
destroys
anything?
spirits.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not saying they believe that. I'm just saying you and I personally, I don't think they can be destroyed.
When we talk about this, I'm trying to
Okay, I
dive
wasn't
into-
sure.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
trying to dive into their world.
Okay, their
what
world,
they're
sorry,
thinking.
because you're
Right.
sharing personal, so, okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't think that they thought they could destroy them either, though. They were just trying to get them to the point where, I don't
if
know,
I
maybe
had
they
a
wanted
dark,
one.
dark spirit in a body,
Yeah,
I mean, a dark spirit.
Yeah.
In ways that that body can be destroyed
body or the spirit?
or spirit.
Well, I don't know if it can be destroyed.
The spirit?
I don't know if they can be destroyed. I don't like Father
You never
destroy
heard anything?
spirits.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not saying they believe that. I'm just saying you and I personally, I don't think they
yeah,
can be
so-
destroyed.
When we talk about this, I'm trying to,
Okay, I
dive
wasn't
into-
sure.
yeah, I'm
Okay.
trying to dive into their world.
Okay, their
what
world,
they're
sorry,
thinking.
because you're
Right.
sharing personal, so, okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
That part right there literally makes me want to come to the screen where she's like, okay, I didn't know we were doing a thing. We were kind of dancing. You were sharing personal. I was sharing personal. Okay. We're not talking. Okay. I mean, on a drink to the sip us from the damn cup on that one right there. Here's the thing, so you know how she acts? She acts like she just discovered the cure to cancer, and she's sitting down with, the global international top doctors explaining how they did it. That's how she acts. I thought we were sharing personal. Good God. He's like, girl, I'm good. Okay. I don't need anything personal from you.
I don't think that they thought they could destroy them either, though. They were just trying to get them to the point where, I don't
If
know,
I
maybe
had
they
a
wanted
dark,
one.
dark spirit in a body,
Yeah,
I mean, a dark spirit.
Yeah.
And that body, or excuse me, that spirit is cast out of that body. What enters that body next? Can it be a light spirit or can it be a dark spirit?
oh, so that did occur with Charles, they said. So, okay, this was the first thing, is they were trying to cast out normal, like casting out, right?
Mhm.
But they said, oh, no, it's still in there. Chad would deem it still in there. We can't get him out. They're breaking eternal law, right? This is what we're saying.
Okay.
They cast his personal spirit out and then put a new one in. So then they finally said, we got him out finally. Through our priesthood powers, we got him out. Now, who's the next one? Garrett? Garrett was the next one that came into Charles. And this was supposed to be a more advanced, darker spirit.
Okay, so if
According
the
to
body,
them.
if the body keeps receiving dark spirit,
Yeah.
Does that body have to be destroyed?
Oh, no, see, they were learning. It was a never figured out. This was Chad pretending more and more along the way, it's my opinion now. It's like, he was just like, okay, that didn't work, but what can I come up with to keep Lori happy, right? And let me just figure this out and come up with, I don't know if he even played all the way through, because Lori was so pushy about being with him. And I think he was so infatuated, which you and I both know he was with her. I think he just got more creative in his darkness.
Yeah, she believed.
And I think it just went on line by line by line. I don't think
she
that's my
believed every
feeling. I
last
could be
word
wrong.
of
Maybe
this.
he had the whole, some people say, oh, a writer,
She
knows
was
the
one
end of it.
paycheck away from
I don't
being
know.
out
All right,
of
so let me ask
the
you this then.
situation.
With these castings,
They would barely have
we
to
know
twist
that-
her arm, in my opinion.
I think we know, it was with Charles. They tried casting Charles.
Yeah.
They, at one point, tried casting Brandon.
I think so.
And
It feels familiar. I'll just say that. Because they deemed him as really dark right about the time, probably either right after Charles died, because then they were trying to help Melanie, because now she would go her hooks into Melanie. She got totally taken out by Lori. And Brandon is all these things. And he's now, not only is he dark, he's actually, we found out more about him. So first he's this. Oh, wait, we discovered more about him. Now now we know he's actually a high level. He's like up there with Hitler kind of thing, right?
Right.
And yeah,
Did they ever say that?
he was one of the Hitler crowd. He was one of the group that associated with Hitler. Mm-hmm.
Was it?
Yeah, did you know that?
I must have missed that somewhere.
Yeah, well, you're not missing much.
But Tammy.
Oh, so Tammy was, let's see. That's a good one, because that one's different. Because she was sweet, right?
Mhm.
Thank you, Roro.
No, it was at the very, no, it must have not been Tammy.
Well,
But that's a good thing. Thank you, because I got to route it around. Tammy, what would they have said about her? Because she didn't have an evil spirit in her. So then at the very end, she did. And who? Because it was, she probably only told me like once, so it's not like there was a lot of time spent on Tammy, that to my knowledge. What did she say about Tammy? I don't know that she. I remember she said right in September. Oh, there's evil spirits starting to work on Tammy now. Tammy's good, but they're not in her yet. They're like working on her. And they're coming around the house, something like that. And then she had this knock at the door one night, and Tammy wakes up to go see the house. And of course, Chad and Lori would say, oh, that was Julie Rose's spirit that came and knocked on the door.
Okay,
That sound
you
familiar?
lost me right there.
I didn't know if this was, I did share this with somebody. I really feel like it's come out somewhere along the journey.
It probably is. But you gotta understand, man, there's so much that's coming out here. Sometimes we have trouble keeping straight.
I don't blame you. That's why I keep saying, call me. If you have like a brain cramp, Melanie can help me sort me out, because I can at least I got my memory.
No, yeah, that's why we're here.
I know, but I was just saying, when you're going through stuff and you're going through all this stuff, you need to keep it collected. Ask me, because I'm going to tell the truth. Nobody's going to tell it like me.
All right. So
I'm going to tell the truth. Nobody's going to tell it like me. I mean, it's like, have they picked you yet? You know what I'm saying? I mean, and here's the thing too, the way that she tries to, so y'all, they're bringing the jury back in. But so far, no action on the channels that are streaming it. She wants to be so like, involved or whatever. Yeah, she really, because correct me if I'm wrong, but see the gray hair dude? It's like her and him are both LDS, I believe, but then Hermosillo is not, if I'm correct, right? So she is like trying to talk to him or whatever. Yeah, I believe that's why there's this level of like her and him. She's trying to come at him in a certain way. Okay, per Hidden True Crime, about 15 minutes to live stream. Okay, cool. So Hidden True Crime saying 15 minutes. Court TV still on their screen. Law and Crime is still showing just the seal in the courtroom. So no, we don't have anything going on there. Casper says she had to have popped an Addy before this. 100%, right? Yeah, Hermosillo is really handsome. But she definitely tries to leave him out. And I don't know if that's because she's like attracted to him. So she's trying to, like pretend like she doesn't, whatever. Sparkle says that Hidden True Crime did a great lunch live with her perspective on Lori's reactions to opening statements. Oh, and she says that Lori is PO'd. Okay, wow. Oh, you're in Finland, Lena? Oh, wow. Thanks for being here. What time is it where you're at? Yeah, so this is the one, Brenda, correct. This is the one that Lori called and said, live from her for the kids. Thank you, Slow. I appreciate it. Karen says I should be in my garage building a will, but I'm sat here with a glass of wine and chips and my dog watching Lori Daybell. I get it. I get it, right? Oh yeah, Lori's opening. It's 22:50 in Germany. Wow. Okay. I appreciate y'all being here. No, I totally get it. Pardon me. Pizza and beer. That sounds good. Shaggy says, I would crawl through broken glass to see Lori cross-examine this Melanie. Oh, I mean, 100% would crawl all up and down broken glass, hot coals to see the whole thing play out. Am I on a diet? No, not really, Brenda. Well, let me rephrase that. I'm trying to reel in my calorie intake. Oh, that's cool, Karen. Ground chicken and brown rice. I love that. Thank you, Brenda. I do appreciate it. I know. I wish they would have shown Lori too. 100%. Feral Ballerina, first of all, thank you. For whatever reason, I know I've seen your name in here before, but for whatever reason, it's just jumping out to me. That is such a fun name. Like, how did you come up with that? I bet Lauren says, I've been listening. I could never give a serious. I know, right, Lauren? Hot Fudge Sundae, that sounds amazing. Let's see where we're at over here. Still nothing. Oh, wait, hold on. What's going on? I'm over here. I'm looking at the they've got something going on the law and crime feed. I think they're adjusting their cameras. Oh, my shoulder, Lord mercy. Okay. Okay, nothing. Okay, we'll come back over here. True Crime with Amanda's done all the things too. Oh, thank you, Jenny. You're so sweet. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the super chat. The opening statement is going to be gold. Oh, yeah. This is going to be like go down in like true crime history. I think Lori's going to do a lot of pointing and doing that crazy. This is my unprofessional opinion, who is not there. I'm in my sofa, right? I think that Lori is going to be a wrap. Like, their minds are going to be made up after the opening, because she's going to look at them and come off in that crazy way, and they're going to be frightened of her. They're going to be frightened of her, because watching her in that interview, pardon me, that she just did, like the one, just the other day, one where we could really see her face, she was scary. She was very scary. Okay, law and crime's like adjusting the camera, but they're right back on the thing, the emblem on the courtroom wall. He's really trying to get the focus going, I think. Cauliflower crust is so good. In true crime says she was especially upset when the prosecutor mentioned it taking 40 minutes to go 911 about Charleston and his new love interest, all the tea. Amy says you can see the demon contorting her face right in front of the camera. You really can. Oh my gosh, Kai, that sounds crazy. I'm sorry. Yeah, Jessica says in this interview, you can tell how nervous Melanie is that she's going to be arrested. 100%. She is so scared here that she's going to be wearing some silver handcuffs. She knows. She backed out very slowly from the fire after she. Yeah, I mean, she's very lucky she didn't catch charges. Okay, here we go, y'all. Now, y'all, what I'm going to do is when they start talking, I am going to turn the volume back up on here and mine down. I will drop a comment maybe or whatever, but just know that my volume on this is louder than it is on the court. So if you're turning your stuff up to hear it, it's going to be like, boom. I'll try and finagle it, but just be prepared. Can y'all believe that we're here? Like, here it is. Okay, here they go. Here they go. Yo, I'm going to turn it up now and I'm going to mute myself.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. The attorneys are present, the defendant's present, the jury is not present. We ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring in the jury. the jury is now present. Please be seated. All right, the defendant can proceed with her opening statement.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime, a serious crime. And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people to commit a crime. Okay, so you see? Okay. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It will show that it was my fourth marriage and Charles' third marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012. It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities, and owned his own business. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage, that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years, that he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis. The evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security
I'm going to
office.
object to hearsay.
Sustain.
It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019. The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas, while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lawrence Life Academy. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lawrence Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him. So Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting 2 houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our 2 minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our 3 older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th, as we've heard from the state. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time and stayed in hotels all the time, and that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did in fact fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lawrence Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother, Adam Cox, before he entered our residence. And that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother, Alex Cox, was at the residence. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th, that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone. The evidence will show that Charles' screaming woke up Tylee and Alex. The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather, Charles Vallow. The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and that after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground, and Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat. The evidence will show that Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up and came into the room where he heard the screaming. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway. The evidence will show that after this struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school. Did I grab a tissue?
Yes.
The evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ. The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement. The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers. And the evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away. The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence. We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. The evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred with the detectives at the residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffitt, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inkland in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inklin asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inklin. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler Police to inform them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports, and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
I'm going to object to that.
The objection sustained. The jury should disregard that last statement.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I'm going to object to the relevance of that.
Sustained.
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you. If I may go get him.
Okay, I'm trying to talk quiet. That was pure cringe. She left out so much. She left out so much. Like, there's video of this. Yeah, I thought it was going to go on for days. The judge is like, he is over it. Yeah, I think that I'm kind of speechless. It's like, does she not know there's a video of her laughing and joking when they get back? The judge wants to go home. He's like, how did I end up here? But she stopped and asked him for a Kleenex. Cannot run. I would have been like, use your hair. Blow your nose in your hair. Keep on going. The crying was the salt in the wound.
All right, sir, you're going to come up right here. My clerk will swear you in right here.
And
W-I-E-R-Z-B-I-C-K-I.
your first name?
I-R-W-I.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God?
Yes.
All right, you're gonna have a seat up here.
Sir, would you please tell the jury your name?
My name's Sergeant Erwin Worsbicky. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I had 10 years in Illinois.
Back on July 11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working as a patrol officer, I believe in beat 18.
And what were your hours?
0600 to 1600,
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you. Were you dispatched to a residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched for?
It was a shooting.
Were you the first on the scene when you arrived?
I
What
was,
did you
ma'am.
see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I was in full patrol uniform.
Does the Chandler Police Department back then, did they have body-worn camera?
They did.
And can you describe where that was and how that works?
I believe back then I wore it on my left shoulder.
And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally record audio?
Yes.
And did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
And you're saying it was 1760, so I pulled the printer to, you know, to get.
Sorry about that.
What other officers arrived on scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
Can you describe to us sort of what happened as you get to the scene? How did you and Officer Krautheim handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands. That was what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yeah, it's the same dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes,
So you're able to tell that person, tell dispatch to tell the person to come out.
yes,
Did you and Officer Krautheim have someone come out?
yes.
Can you describe for us the person's demeanor as they're first exiting?
He was very nonchalant, very compliant with us.
You said he still had his phone?
Yes,
Do you recall if his other hand was up?
I do not recall.
Do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
When he exited the house, what did you guys have him do?
We gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just two of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house, make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay. What did Officer Krautheim do?
I believe he started speaking to the gentleman that we had come out the house.
So he stayed outside
Yes,
and you went into the house?
yes, ma'am.
When you talk about clearing the house, can you tell us what that means? What do you do?
We just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence, that we could try to apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so, yes.
And all that's when your body cam is on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
Yeah, initially when I walked in, it opened up into like a day room or something like that. And just off to the right, I saw somebody laying on the ground, motionless.
Did you notice anything about that room?
It was empty,
So no furniture?
no furniture. Yeah, it was just an empty room.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw him laying on the ground?
Yeah, he was laying on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless. And then I went over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes,
When you checked the pulse, did you find one?
no.
Did you notice anything else about this victim?
Yeah, I noticed that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest area, and there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No,
As part of your job, both with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
yes, ma'am.
Did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to,
Would you have
Yeah.
done that if you believed that would have helped him?
absolutely.
So even though a person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
It's a yes or no question.
I believe I did, yes.
When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Did you touch that in any way?
I don't recall.
After you cleared the house, did fire enter?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did fire do?
They began to try to render aid to the victim.
By the time fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes.
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder. Does it always show where you're looking?
No.
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually
Yeah,
showing?
if I was turning talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video. And if I can have my paralegal bring that up and have him identify it. And so if you can just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Two's admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may.
So this is the house you're walking up to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're talking to dispatch?
Yes.
And this is the individual that is coming out that you asked dispatch to have come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
Are you announcing
Yes, ma'am.
that standard?
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
That the weapon that you told us that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
You told us that other officers were arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
That you continued to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we see there?
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around,
No.
no ID in his pocket?
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well?
Yes,
Because they're documenting it.
yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
One that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
When you were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I already went and looked through.
What I've shown defense counsel or defendant exhibits 3 and 4. I have a paralegal and goes to up to the officer to review as well. Do you recognize those as sort of screenshots of 2 different views during your body cam footage?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them. So in this photo, when you were looking at it, were you able to see here's where you are checking to see the pulse of this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this also reflect what you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area?
Yes.
Exhibit 4. Is this sort of when we first see you walk back in and we see fire working on the individual?
Yes.
You told us that when that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall. No, I don't believe I did.
No phone on the ground near the deceased male?
Not that I recall. No.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
It's Sergeant. Where's Vicky? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that right. Okay. You said that the individual exiting the house was nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I use those words, but you seemed very calm. Yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No? Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No.
No. You put your hand on my husband's neck for checking for a pulse, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you did when you first came in?
Yes.
Did you perform CPR?
No,
No. Why not?
because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
And that's not your protocol
To what?
to perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest even at a more rapid pace.
So when the 911 operator was telling my brother to do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone with a gunshot wound in the chest, on the chest.
Could, yes.
Okay. And you said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
And you cleared the house before fire came in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When
Yes.
I cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Okay. Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, did you say west or east?
No.
Oh, sorry, that was my interpretation. Can you tell me what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a 45?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could you tell what direction the bullet came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet?
Mhm.
Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
You said he did not appear alive, that you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct? When you entered into the house?
Yes.
What time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So I mean, if I was going to make a guess on what time I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes,
So around 8:51 perhaps?
possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes,
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
yes,
On top of the gunshot wound.
yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because I wouldn't think to do that either. And then you said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you cleared the house, you left and went to the front yard?
Yes,
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
I couldn't give you a time.
Did you stay for a while or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I believe that day it was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella?
Okay. And what contact did you have with Detective Moffett that day?
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay, what about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is that
Yes.
what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:51?
Give or take, yes.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I think as I was leaving, yes.
So approximately around the time that I arrived, you were leaving?
I don't know if I left when you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Okay. And then you said something about 2 wounds. Is that correct?
Yes,
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection to question.
Yeah, please ask questions only.
Did you discuss this case with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
In
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. It's my
Detective
understanding.
Duncan?
Mhm.
I mean, I've spoken to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few?
Mhm.
Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say there were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages,
No idea.
phone calls?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. And your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
I was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day you had written your report. Is
Yes,
that correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
not that I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes,
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 PM on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 PM. It was
Or
done
by 4 PM.
but It appears to be yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, redirect.
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes,
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
And that's both seeing him come out as well as having some interaction with him on the curb.
Yes, ma'am.
When a person is been shot and you check for a pulse, and you believe they are deceased, as a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No,
Is the body basically a crime scene?
yes,
Based upon your training and experience, did you believe that the victim was deceased?
yes, ma'am.
Do fire have EKG, heart monitors, and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person change the crime scene?
Yes,
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes,
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
no,
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
because I didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred?
Yes,
If I may have my paralegal provide him with a copy of the CAD report.
you want me to?
Starting, does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call was received?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It was received at 8:36.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at 8:37.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so was perhaps incorrect.
Yes,
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine or refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It's 5:31 PM.
As a police officer who is one of the first on scene, do you provide briefing or information to your sergeant or the detectives on scene as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes.
Why is it done that way?
Because usually a supervisor is going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had to move the gun, they would want to know that, right?
Yes,
Or if you had moved the body, they would want to know that too, right?
yes,
And if you had found any evidence, would they want to know that as well?
absolutely.
And so is that what you would have to do that day when you are speaking to sergeant or detectives?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? If so, please write it on the provided form. I'm not seeing any questions come down. You can step down, sir. All right, state and call its next witness.
Thank you. And if I may go get it.
Okay, incoming Paul voice, Try not to be super loud. Oh, I was waiting for Lori to be like, one last question. Are you a boxers or briefs man? Y'all know she's just up there talking. She was just happy to be talking to a man that looked like that. It's been a long time for Lori. It's been a long time. Those late night portal meetings with Chad ain't cutting it. She's like, you're the kind, yeah, right. Who just said, or somebody said, I'm told she'll take out life insurance on him any day now, 100%. Yeah, she was getting that podium closer. She was frisky. She's like, that'll be it. That'll be it. I still can't get over her trying to cry. And she's asking this man nonsense.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Robert Krautheim.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse
Back in 2019, where were you working?
as a Chandler police officer in Chandler, Arizona.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
When did you retire?
About 3 years ago, February.
When you were working there in July of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer. I was responding to calls for service.
Okay. And do you recall what your shift was at that time?
It was a day shift. I think I start my shift at 6 and end at 4.
Were you working patrol for Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019 at about 8:36 a.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
What were you dispatched for?
A shooting that had just occurred.
Based upon the information that was, well, let me ask you this. When you are arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information. And then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on a computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think this shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was there.
Is that Officer Worsby?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body worn camera.
And back then, where was your body worn camera?
At the time, it was a lipstick camera, so part of it was here, but the camera's actually on my right shoulder.
Okay. And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not the 911 caller was still on the phone?
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you are talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Worsbicky do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did,
What exit did he come out of?
at the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited, did you notice any injuries to him?
He was holding, it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding on the back of his head.
When he first exited or later?
As he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No,
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
no,
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out?
No,
Any type of jitters?
no,
Any uneven or broken voice as he's talking to you?
no,
At some point, did you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
If we can fix that.
Yeah, what?
Alex Cox patting or rubbing the back of his head with some sort of rag or paper towel.
Yes,
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Was there anything about his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that you thought you should override that?
Yes.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about what you observed with Alex Cox talking or his ability to move that made you think you should override his decision to not get treatment, and you thought, oh, he better get treatment, he's so bad off?
Oh, zero, none.
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street. They had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
Lori Vallow.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
She's at the defense table wearing a white shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
I did not ask her that.
Can you describe for us Lori Vallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There's a fire truck there. I think there was an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like the desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
And you asked her to go back to the other side of the street?
I did.
Did she ever ask you how her brother was doing?
No.
Did she ever ask you if her brother needed medical attention from being hit by a bat?
No.
Did she ever ask you why there were so many police cars around the neighborhood?
No.
Did she ask you why there was a fire truck parked in front of her house?
No.
So other than gathering basic information, did you really talk to her about anything else?
No.
And were you wearing that body-worn camera footage or camera when you had contact with her?
I did.
After you talked with Lori Vallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1. Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th of 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other than during your interaction with Lori Vallow?
Correct. Yes.
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1? Any
No
objection to
No objection.
exhibit 1's admitted?
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't, the orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down.
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage a little ways away from the scene when it's a shooting?
Yes.
Why is that?
So they can respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there's no one else in the house that was armed or in the area.
And as you're arriving, is the person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the door.
Why did you pull your weapon?
I was just told somebody killed somebody. So yeah, for my safety, I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away. It was a threat to me.
So when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air.
Mhm.
So at that point, nothing touching his head yet, no.
Correct.
Now, did you stay out with him while Officer Worsbicky went inside?
I did.
While you're talking with him during this whole time, at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to place on his injury.
Correct.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Why did you have him move over here?
I actually physically couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly loud, so I had to move away.
The fire had already pulled up to now go inside the residence.
Correct.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
Yes.
Did you learn whose truck that was in the driveway?
I don't recollect right now whose truck it is. I think it's his, but I'm not sure.
And who is that other officer there?
That's Officer Wizbeski. Sorry, I've been calling him Wiz since I've known him.
Shorter. Were you initially trying to control the scene yourself, sort of helping to tell people where to go and what to do?
Oh, absolutely. My head's on kind of a swivel. I'm always kind of looking around like people just walk up to you and asking what's going on. And got to make sure no one's going to walk up to the house. So you just try to keep it as pristine as you can.
So we see him putting his head now, or his hand on the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated there's a fire truck there. You asked him if he wanted any medical attention?
I did.
And he declined it.
He refused.
Who are those?
That's Lori Vallowen, her daughter.
So when you said across the street, we just saw a red SUV. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
So at this point, did you know the name of the individual inside the residence?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Vallow.
And did you at this point understand who that woman was that walked up?
Yes.
And who did you believe she was?
His wife.
Normally when someone is shot and killed, is there a team of detectives and crime scene specialists who will come out to handle the case?
Yes.
And are you, as patrol officer, sort of stuck with taking care of it until they arrive?
Yeah, we deal with the burning, bleeding, and blowing up stuff. Anything that takes time and a lot more in-depth stuff, that's what the detectives do.
And then what do we see here that just came up?
Looks like an ambulance.
You told us that you understood when you were arriving that this shooting had just happened. Do you recall at this point when the 911 call came in?
No, I don't remember specifics on the time. I think at 8:39 I was dispatched to it. I would imagine the call for service came in a minute or two before that.
And approximately, do you recall how long it took you to get to the scene?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes.
We see more people walking up. Are you trying to stop the contamination of the scene by having more people walk in there?
Yes, I told the firemen kind of what was maybe in the house, and Officer Wiz was already in the house, and so we were just trying to control how many firemen went into the house.
So when you're the first on scene, are you trying to have the least number of people go in there as possible?
Yes,
Are you trying to not touch anything that's not necessary to be touched?
correct, yes.
Obviously, if fire's going to work on a person, they're going to have to contaminate it somewhat.
Yes.
Is that when we sort of see fire now leaving?
I couldn't, just from recollection, I couldn't answer that.
We see something in Officer Becky's hand. Is that the crime scene tape?
Yes. We do a inner and then an outer perimeter.
Is it normal for a patrol officer to have to stay with the individual who is the shooter, ensure that no one else is contacting them?
Yes.
So you don't want any of the neighbors walking up to them?
Correct. At this moment, I'm still basically fact finding. I'm just trying to figure out what happened, when it happened, who was involved kind of thing. And yeah, I try to keep them separate.
At some point, do sergeants and others start arriving on scene?
Yes, that's my Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where detectives are going to be called out, do all the different patrol officers provide their information that could be relevant to one person who can then brief the detectives?
Yes, I briefed my supervisor to let him know from my point of view what I know and what I was told. And then at some point, I think he would disseminate that to the detectives.
So is this you kind of telling him at this point what you've learned?
Yes.
And can we also see what the body camera looks like on the shoulder there?
Yes, he has the same type.
What made you decide that you needed to go over and talk to Lori Vallow?
Again, it's fact finding, really. It's who are you? And when I say who, I always like to identify them by their Arizona driver's license, because although my name is Robert, I go by Rob. So I don't want to assume her name is just Lori. It could be something specifically or longer. So I usually ask people for identification.
And that's so you can put that into your report appropriately.
Correct.
So we saw the ambulance leave. That means they didn't transport him.
Correct.
Did you learn that you actually couldn't cordon off this area the way you had initially thought because there was only one way out?
That is correct. We initially, as you can see, cordoned off part of the road so anybody couldn't just drive up to us. We later learned that's the only way that part of the neighborhood could actually exit the neighborhood. So we had to change the tape a little bit.
And then we see fire leave here as well. So now it's just police basically at the scene.
Police and I think a crime scene technician.
And are you still the only person responsible for making sure that no one is talking with Alex Cox?
I am.
Okay.
Is this where you go over to speak with Ms. Gallo?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. You guys are all right.
You could turn up the volume.
Let me just get your, do you have a driver's license? Thank you. L-O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for? Noreen. N-O. V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori? 755? 5452. You live here though, not in Santan. This is your home.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here? How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah. Okay.
That's why the neighbors don't know us.
Gotcha.
Like, hi neighbor, sorry.
Are you working at all?
No.
Okay. And you're still about 5'6", 20?
Did you also get biographical information?
I did.
Was that Tylee Ryan?
It was.
Let's stop it now. After you had talked with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you go brief some of the detectives about what you had learned?
I did.
Did you tell the detectives that Lori Vallow did not know that her husband Charles was dead?
I told them that I did not advise her of such.
Okay. Did you believe that she did not know that her husband was dead?
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was not present when the shooting happened?
Yes.
After you advised the detectives of this, did you then return and remain with Alex Cox and for significant additional period of time?
Yes.
Were you eventually asked to transport him to the police station?
I was.
Can you describe his demeanor during the transport?
Calm. Didn't ask. We just talked about things not related to this at all. Just a conversation between like me and you, just normal, average tone, calm.
And did you stay with him at the police station until a detective arrived?
Yes,
Did that end your involvement in this case?
it did.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Can you pronounce your last name for me? I don't want to get it wrong.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, Officer Krautheim.
At the
correct?
time, yes.
At the time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. You mentioned about Alex being calm when he exited the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he's also, you were advised that he had told the 911 operator that he composed himself and then called 911. Is that correct?
I don't remember the compose himself, but I think he did.
But you stated in your report that Alex was very calm throughout the entire time talking with him, correct?
Yes.
And the scene itself, was it chaotic?
No,
Were people running around screaming?
no,
Were people running in and out of the front door?
no.
So were the officers calm?
It was just me and another officer.
Were you calm?
Yes,
Was the other officer calm?
he was.
Were the detectives calm?
They were.
Was the fire department calm?
I didn't interact with him very much. I couldn't answer that.
Your friend, the Wiz, was calm?
Yes, the other officer, yes.
So when I arrived at the scene, things were pretty calm.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you were calm.
No, I'm saying when I arrived at the scene itself was calm environment.
It was.
Okay. So if I would have been hysterical, that would have been more out of character than if I was calm when everybody else was being calm. Isn't that
Objection,
correct?
speculation.
Sustain.
So you said that Alex was calm and was holding a towel in his right hand and holding it up to the back of his head. Is that correct?
He did.
And you said, oh, sorry, it's in my other note. Just now that his head had a 1-inch laceration. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's like a cut down his head. 1
It
inch?
is.
Okay. And you said a small knot. Is
I did.
that correct? Okay. And so, and that it was bleeding a little. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so a small knot is what you declared it, but would you not call it a goose egg?
tomato, tomato.
Okay. Did Alex ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
How many times did you ask him if he needed medical treatment?
I think 3 times.
Okay. And there was EMS right there next to you?
Yes,
So an EMS person could have just come over and checked the back of his head pretty easily, yeah?
yes.
Yes. But no one asked anybody to do that. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he didn't seem disoriented to you at all?
No,
So you didn't think he needed any kind of medical attention at the time?
no.
And he didn't ask for any at the time?
Correct. He did not.
And you didn't supply any at the time?
Correct.
Okay. But EMT was right there next to you?
Yes.
Okay. That's another thing that you said, calm and nonchalant. Is that correct? You
Yes.
stated that Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
Kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid. Just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
I mean, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now.
It is.
Testifying in court can be a stressful situation.
I guess it can be.
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow the answer. He doesn't know the demeanor, but you can answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor, and even in a stressful situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor. Correct?
Objection to compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
You mentioned that I had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam, right, that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
Yes.
There was police cars, correct?
Yes.
There was a CSI van, correct?
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
Next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
But I parked as close as I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you.
Objection.
Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustain.
So we can agree that there are lots of police vehicles blocking the house. Is that correct?
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, emergency, police, fire, CSI, all were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things were there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatched was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene.
No.
No. Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Wiz was.
Oh, that's correct. And then who arrived? How long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds,
Okay.
maybe 10, 15 seconds.
And then you were right there when Alex came out of the house,
I was.
and you were with him basically that whole time till he
Yes.
got into the police car?
Yes,
And then did you drive him to the station?
I did.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes.
So you really never didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, there's another body worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from my body
Oh, it was
worn
still
camera.
on your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
And did he
Hold on.
express,
Hold on. When
Sorry.
there's an objection.
I'm sorry,
Wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
did he express to you that he kind of fell out of it
And
because he hit?
hearsay?
Sustain.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think what was the end of my workday that day, but I stopped and started it numerous times throughout the day.
So did you finish it that day or it still took a few days?
No, I finished it at the end of my shift,
By the end of your shift, which was what time that day?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No,
So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
it is.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate it that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head
He was.
on the right-hand side.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffett and Detective Inklin in the front yard?
Yes, I made contact with him, yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened?
Yes.
And then what do they do with that information? Do they just put it into a report?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I sent it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you remember?
That was Bill Nacella.
Oh, the same one?
Sergeant,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And then did you speak to the case agent on this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to them at the front door area.
Okay. And was Detective Moffett the case agent at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
No, I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD. So I'd have to look at that, and I don't know. 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Yes,
No other officers?
correct.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone and put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me for recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to. So it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew. Okay.
I'm going to object to the defendant testifying.
All right. Please only ask questions.
Sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So it says in your report that you were asked by Detective Moffett to transport Alex to the police station not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes,
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department,
it is.
correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
So then Detective Moffett took over and you were excused?
Yes,
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
it was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes,
Did you stay and observe the interview?
no,
So Detective Moffett took over for you and you departed?
yes.
Okay, thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
From your observation, how long did the cut on Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for that 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So I, to be honest with you, I don't know when it started. So I don't have the minutes.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of what had happened, you said they got into a domestic fight consisted.
Objection.
I'm sorry,
I'm going to sustain the objection.
what was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
Then objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection,
Hold on.
hearsay,
That's
improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
Did Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained. You can't ask questions of what Alex said.
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
No. That's not correct.
You did know how he got it. Is that correct?
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But you knew that he had an injury to the back of his head on the right side.
I did.
Correct. Okay. And how did you obtain that information?
Your Honor.
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
Did you observe the next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house? Is that
I don't know if he was
correct?
a neighbor, but it was just some guy. Yeah. I assumed he was a neighbor.
Right. So they had blocked off the street so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it so anyone else could leave.
Right. But they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
Objections,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the jurors. We're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Juror 15, juror 15. Is that your phone on the?
Okay, let me turn this down some. Okay, I've put the volume way down on the computer, but there's still probably a thing, so just adjust your hearing. I'm talking in a very low voice. I'm trying not to scare everybody. My voice is going to be louder than the thing. Y'all, okay. I blanked out, y'all. Like, literally, I came to, and I was like, oh, this guy's still on the stand? Literally. She was just like, what? Y'all are killing me with the comments. It literally is so. I mean, this is a very serious situation. But like, to make these times like this go by, oh my God. It's like, first of all, it's so, I mean, I think that this is like an ode to Charles Vallow, because Charles Vallow was a very handsome man. And so he had the, you know, the beard, the shaved head thing, and these like super hot cops are getting up here, right? And it's just like, what is good? It's like they have that same vibe. And Lori, I feel like she's trying to have like her moment, but I'm not sure what that moment is. And like on this one where she just keeps going and going, she might have been insecure with that first one, right? That first one, I mean, he was over the top, right? This one's good looking, but not like, you know, he's not that crazy Hulk. Like, what's that guy? That Green Man's name? The Incredible Hulk. You know what I'm saying? So she might feel he's a little bit more approachable. So she's going to talk this one up a little bit more. First of all, let's talk about nonchalant. I mean, that word, y'all, she does not like that word. Yeah, the first cop had everybody just like, I can't wait to hear what the ladies, what like all the people that we know that are in the courtroom say about it. Pardon me. Yeah, she just kept asking the hearsay thing, right? It was like, girl, he's gonna shock you. The judge is over it. Okay, once this trial started, I think he was like, thank hallelujah. Right, here we go. Like, we're done with all this BS. It's whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen now, right? He's up there shopping for his cruise. He's up there doing his play. He's making a podcast. He's like, I need to get in on this true crime genre. You know, here's the thing. Can't wait. Who just said that? It said judge is texting the person, give me the remote. Amen. I mean, for real. Y'all. I cannot. Yeah, she's up there telling her story. She's up there telling her story for that jury. I mean, that whole thing, like, and that part where she was like talking about where she parked, and that's when he got a little sassy. He got a little bit sassy. He was like, no, there's plenty of places to park on the street. You could park here, you could park there. I parked right over there. You know, it's like, Now, yes, somebody said earlier, and I will give Lori this. I was expecting more volatileness with everyone. You know what I'm saying? Like coming out hot with, the first witness, the second witness. But what do y'all think about this? Now, there's two different categories of this. I don't want to say so say the first female witness they put up as Kay, that's different because there's so much personal history versus, let's say, a female detective that she doesn't know, right? But the difference in how Lori will act towards a male, and then number two, a really good looking male, right? Versus a female. Would we be getting a more volatile, would we be getting a more, how do you call it? Angry, aggressive Lori if it was a random female detective up there. You know what I'm saying? I'm curious to see how she's going to act. Because again, they put these two hot cops up there, right? So number one, she's just happy to be seen. She's like, well, if I'd known this, she's like, I would put some more Skittles on my lips. I didn't know all this was going to be on the stand right out the rip. Yeah, with Kay, 100%. If Lori gets up there and acts, let's say even like that, minus she's a little bit flirty here, but she's not angry. She's not this. She's trying to give a little bit of attitude, but nowhere near what I expected. If she acts like this with Kay, I'll be shocked. I'm expecting volatileness with Kay, right? But I think Kay will give it back in a classy way. You know what I mean? She's reminding me of Sarah. It is giving Sarah Boone. Can we talk about the judge's face up there? Like he literally 100%. I like feel like the judge is my spirit human. I would say spirit animal, but he's like a human. It's like he's up there like when he's like turning like, like that's what I would be doing. I'm not trying to say he's unprofessional, but he just seems so real. And like every now and then he's like, I'll give it to her. It's just like, hold on. Beverly said, thank you, Beverly. Beverly says her line. Wait, let me rewind. Hold on. Let me rewind. You know what I'm saying? Wait, let me just click this. How does this stuff work? Okay. Her lines of questioning don't make a lick of sense. 0 point. It's like she's just asking questions. Yeah. I think some of it, she's just happy to be up there hanging out. This is like hang out for her. This is like the equivalent of going to the bar and having a beer with some hot dudes. You know what I'm saying? She's just like, well, we're here. I would just be in the cell right now. I'd just be doing nothing. I could talk to this dude up here. Okay. Can we talk about the fact that she blamed Tylee? That to me is where this is going. She's blaming Tylee. Right? This is Tylee's fault. But again, that's what she's going to do. She's going to blame Tylee. She's going to blame Alex. Because well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know. I was not there. In my mind, in my biased opinion, I feel like Lori is up here serving and doing all this BS, all the while knowing after whatever went down and she went back in the house, she's like, okay, we'll just do this, Alex. Well, here, I'll hit you in the head real quick. Okay, we'll do this. Blah, 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 blah. She knows. She saw what happened. She knows. And then her up here talking about how calm and collected everything was. It was like, yes, that's the point, Lori. That's a huge part of the reason why you're up here right now. This is not normal. And yet I can't quit looking at it now that the first cop or whoever it was, established that it was weird that Alex came out with the glasses on. I never thought about that before. Now, maybe like somebody else or another YouTuber brought this up, but I didn't think about that. Where I was like, yeah, wait a minute. This guy just got clocked in the head with a baseball bat enough to kill a man. And he's coming out here with his glasses on top of his head. First of all, that gives me a headache to do anyways, right? Like, here's one thing too, and I don't, this is probably like the difference between, well, I don't know if it's long or whatever. I always admire women, how y'all can say either do your hair in a ponytail or like have something on your head, whatever, because anything like that gives me a massive headache, right? Like glasses, anything, I cannot do it. My hat's off to you. So Alex, when I'm like, yeah, why would you even be wanting to have something on your head? You should have a massive headache right now. Yeah, Lori was like, it was hot. I feel like she was like getting ready to go into like her, working him up to some kind of question. Beauty is pain, right? Good night, Tenacious. It's her rectum. It is. It is. Yeah, see, Noah says Lori knows how Alex actually died. Yes, she knows. Lori knows all this stuff. The way he came out there holding his head makes me sick to my stomach. I really can't stand Alex. I mean, not that I like Lori, right? But it's like, Alex wants to come out there like he's walking out on stage to deliver some one-liners. I can't believe. Also, look at how fast. Now, I will say this last witness, Lori, kind of drug it out some. Wait, now y'all help me out here. What time does this end? Wasn't it 4:30 their time? So it's like 7:30. Like, how long is this gonna go? It's 7 o'clock my time. Is this gonna go to 10 o'clock at night? Because when he said we're gonna go on break, I was like, we're going on break. Aren't we supposed to be ending? Right? I was like, I had enough, Lori. Oh Lord, don't show the jury. Heavens to Betsy. It's 5 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. It's just after 4. So yeah, I think they're gonna go to like 5, right? That would make sense. What's this? Who's that? He's up there. He's still sitting there. That's like, looks like some kind of a prosecution. Yeah, he was up here like, there's not enough blood. There's not enough blood. Yeah, he's like, really? He's like, come on, let's get back. He's like, put her back up here. I'll talk to her. Yeah, the whole part where she's like trying to blame Tyler for they got in arguments and they did this. I didn't want that to happen again. Pure evil right here. This whole case and the cast of characters is it's insanity that it's insanity. Oh, I know. Robin's Landon and Alex is such a creeper. He was disgusted in the Philippines. Oh, 100%. I mean, 100%. Ugh. Yeah, total passport, bro. I don't know. I literally think Lori's just bored at this point with this dude. I think she's just making stuff up as she goes. She's wanted to do something where she's like trying to prove whatever. But again, she's just like walking herself around it, and it's just. But she could be practicing. She could be like, I'm giving her way too much credit here. She could be practicing being like, well, let's see what I can do. Let's see how many different ways I can ask this. And they'll keep saying objection. Objection, hearsay, objection, hearsay. Yo, I gotta get me a soda. Okay, hold on, let me go get that. Yeah, the hike was great. And yeah, I'm actually not sore today. I went to the gym this morning. Okay, hold on, y'all. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a soda.
Just a couple more things. You mentioned that you briefed the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell them in that briefing?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any state out of court statement is hearsay unless there's an exception under, or it's non-hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out of court statements are hearsay. Go ahead.
But you did brief the detectives before you headed to the police station? Is that correct?
I did.
And who was there? Do you remember?
Nate Moffett, Cassie, I think my
Is that
sergeant.
Detective Inkland? I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
No.
Oh,
And just off recollection, I think there was another one, but off of recollection, I don't remember.
and that was about how long before you left to go to the police station?
10 minutes maybe.
And how long do you think you were speaking with them?
Under a minute.
Under a minute
Yes.
for the briefing?
Yes.
Did you meet with the prosecutor to go over your testimony today?
I did.
When was that?
2 weeks ago, maybe.
How long did that meeting last?
Probably around an hour total.
Did you review this report before you came to testify today as well?
I did.
It was not part of your duty to check anything in the perimeter. You weren't looking for evidence. You were just dealing with the shooter. Is that correct?
Well, not just the shooter, but scene management, making sure the resources were en route. But yes, managed.
What all does that entail, scene management?
Well, once we knew there was not a threat out, I instructed Officer Wiz to set up an inner and outer perimeter with crime scene tape.
What else?
Make sure I had a supervisor en route. And then manage the people that walked up to the scene.
Who was that supervisor en route? Do you know?
Bill Nacella, my sergeant.
How many people do you think came up to you at that scene?
Well, not up to me, but I instructed one gentleman that was walking on the sidewalk towards us. He needed to just leave the area. This didn't concern him. And then you and your daughter walked up to me and I just asked you to go back to your car.
Did you have any conversations with your supervisor when he arrived?
I did.
When was that?
At some point between me arriving on scene and me leaving the scene.
Closer to arriving or closer to leaving? Maybe.
Chocolate milkshake says about halftime.
Okay. How long do you think that conversation was?
Well, you saw it on the body worn camera, so a minute and a half maybe.
And he was just checking in with you to make sure everything was going well, that you were scene managing. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
Well, overruled, he can answer.
I was briefing him on what I knew thus far, what I was told.
And that was less than a minute?
Yeah.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So it took less than a minute to brief him on everything that had happened that day so far?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And it took less than a minute to brief the detectives as well of what happened that day?
An objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
Not what happened, what my portion was and what I knew happened.
So what you wrote in your report, basically, what you were told. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it took you 3 pages to write what you were told, but it took you less than a minute to discuss that with the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long was that transport from the residence to the Chandler Police Department?
In miles, probably 8 miles, 10 miles maybe.
How long do you think that took around?
10 to 15 minutes maybe.
And then where did you enter into the police station? Is there a garage or something?
I don't recollect where I parked. There's various areas you can park at the police department to access the area that I access. So I'm unable to answer. I don't know where I parked.
Okay, and you were able to walk Alex into the police station, is that correct?
Yes,
And he was unhandcuffed, is that correct?
correct.
And then you took him into an interrogation room, is that correct?
Yes,
And then Detective Moffett took over.
yes.
Just wanted to be clear. Okay. Did your supervisor, Nacella, did he come to the police station as well?
Not with me, nor did I talk to him. He might have, but I don't know.
You didn't see him there?
Correct.
Okay. But you saw Detective Moffett there?
Yes.
And you saw Detective Inkland there?
I don't remember Inkland. I just remember Moffett relieved me.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect.
Thank you. At the beginning of cross-examination, you were asked about Alex Cox's demeanor, if you recall that.
I do.
And you had advised that he was nonchalant and calm, right?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you were nonchalant and calm too, correct?
Yes.
Had you just shot someone?
No.
You were asked if the firefighters were calm and nonchalant. Had they just shot someone?
As far as I know, no.
How about Officer Wiz? You said he was nonchalant and calm too. Had he just shot anyone?
No.
So it's not really exactly the same to compare you to the shooter, right?
Correct. I would not compare us.
When you went up to the scene, you had your gun drawn on him, correct?
Yes.
Still nonchalant and calm?
Yes.
You were asked a lot also about your nonchalant and calm appearance today in court. Are you stressed or just answering questions to the best of your knowledge?
The latter, just answering questions to the best of my knowledge.
You had to testify before?
I have.
You were asked about the injury to Alex Cox. We have seen the body-worn camera footage and we cut it off at some point. When Mr. Cox first came out of the house, he did not have his hand to his head, correct?
Correct.
You told us you didn't notice an injury at that point.
Correct.
When he first sat down on the curb before you moved him, did you notice an injury at that point?
I did not.
Was he touching his head at that point?
Recollection, I don't remember.
At some point in the video that we watched, did we see Alex Cox touch his head?
Yes,
When you were watching him, did you at times see him rubbing his head?
yes,
The towel or paper towel or whatever that was in his hand, was that the only item you ever saw him using to rub or touch his head?
yes.
Was it soaked or saturated in blood?
No,
Can we see it on the body cam that it's mostly white?
yes,
So if we want to really know how long it was that he was seated before he touched his head, we could watch the time on the body cam, right?
yes,
You were asked if you met with the prosecutor previously. When we met, did you have to watch that entire body cam?
yes,
And is that when you actually initialed it, exhibit number 1 there, so that you would recognize it in court?
yes,
You were asked about when you arrived and when you later transported Alex Cox to the precinct. Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you had at least taken him to the precinct?
yes.
If I could have my paralegal bring up the CAD report.
Go ahead.
Does that help refresh your recollection as to when you arrived back at the precinct with Alex Cox?
It does.
And when was that?
9:18 and 19 seconds.
And so the 911 call was at 8:36 a.m.?
That's when I received it. It could have come into the dispatch a few minutes earlier.
And you said you arrived, and we saw you on the body cam right after Officer Where's Biggie, who got there around 8:41?
Yes,
So you were with Alex Cox at the scene and talking to Lori Vallow and her daughter and doing those briefings in that 20, 30 minutes?
yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see at least one juror question in a bin. If there are any juror questions, please pass them down at this time.
Just one question, and I don't know if the CAD will help you answer that. Do you know when you were finished with this call? What time it was when you were finished or released from this call and able to go back out?
It was probably 5 minutes after, maybe 10, probably 10 minutes. I probably used the restroom, to be honest with you, and got something to drink at the station, water. So maybe 10 or 15 minutes after the detective came in the room is when I hit the 10-8 button and I went and took other calls for service.
Okay, so you were done with this call before the end of your shift?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you didn't go back to the scene to help with scene security or anything like that?
No.
No other questions?
Did the defendant have any follow-up?
No, we're fine, Your Honor.
All right, this witness can step down. You want to hand me that? Thank you. All right. You can call your next witness.
Y'all, they're doing another witness. I was like, are we done? Please let it be an easy one. Do we want to, is it going to be a hot cop? Do we need to place bets on this? I feel like that's what they're doing. Yeah, I was like all mentally prepared for it. I was like, oh yeah, now they're going to get into the hot firefighters. Jenny says, can we discuss the line fire on the first witness, please? No one's moved past the first cop. I love it.
Podium here.
Or detect whatever it was. I forget. Judge is like, look. Yep, that's another cop. Is this a cop?
All right, you're gonna come up this.
There's
little ramp.
EMT. I can't tell what his thing says. Okay, here, I'm gonna mute myself. Here we go.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Scott Cowden,
And where do you work?
Chandler Fire Department.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 26 years.
And talk to you a little bit about what firefighters do. Do you just respond to fires, or are you also responsible for something else?
No, the majority of our job is going to be EMS medical calls.
What kind of training do you have to work as a firefighter and deal with medical calls?
When you're hired, you're going to go through an academy that will certify you as a state firefighter. Typically, you're going to already be certified as an EMT. And then during the course of your career, I went to paramedic school and graduated from that in probably 2007.
Can you tell us what the difference is between a paramedic and an EMT?
EMT would just be kind of the more basic kind of entry level position. Paramedic is more advanced, so you have more advanced training. There's more advanced skills that you could perform. Some of our equipment would only be able to be used and utilized and performed by a paramedic.
As both a EMT or a paramedic, are you trained to perform CPR?
Yes.
And can you tell us, have you ever been a CPR instructor yourself?
Yes, I was a CPR instructor for probably over 12 years.
Was that for other firefighters?
I was certified through American Heart Association, a contract employee with Dignity Health. They have a variety of different classes that could be for just the lay rescuer, lay person that wants to know how to do CPR. They have classes that might be for certain businesses that want their employees. And then there's healthcare provider classes that it could be firefighters, nurses that are attending to be recertified. Every 2 years, you have to have that certification recertified.
Can you tell us what CPR is?
It stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So you're kind of acting as the heart. The heart has stopped beating, so no blood is flowing through the body. you're doing chest compressions on the chest, and you're pumping and pushing that blood to the body.
When would you give CPR to a person?
If they don't have a pulse, you confirm that just by checking for a pulse, and you don't feel that, the heart isn't beating, and you would need to start chest compressions.
What is the point of that, of doing those chest compressions? You said moving the blood through the body. Why?
You're trying to, give them a chance, increase their chance of survival. I don't know what maybe the latest numbers and statistics might say, but in the past, I've seen it say that if somebody's starts CPR within the first few minutes, it can double or triple their chances of surviving.
When you are called to a scene, are you guys being given updates by the 911 operator to your dispatch so you know what to expect?
Yeah, so you get dispatched and you already have an idea of the type of call, and then en route we call it PTI, and that will come across the computer screen. And so now you have more information of what you're kind of walking into, so you can kind of game plan it a little bit more.
If somebody calls 911 and doesn't know how to do CPR, what happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that and give them instructions of what to do.
Okay. When you are giving CPR, you talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any physical identification that you might observe on a person who has had CPR chest compressions?
That I might see
After a person has been given chest compressions?
Yes. So you need to perform it in the right location. So it's the lower half of the sternum or breastbone. To kind of find that, it's more helpful if you can see the skin, maybe lift up the shirt. So that's typically something we're going to want to do. If CPR has been done and it's been done effectively enough, you can see almost like a depression or an impression that is left there on the skin, because you need to do it forceful enough and deep enough that you're actually compressing the heart to push the blood.
So you said you might see a depression. Does that not just pop right back out when you stop?
No, you'll still see it. You'll see it like if you stop CPR during the call for whatever reason that it might be appropriate, and then you go back to resuming CPR, you'll see where your hands were. That area can be vulnerable to breaking. Ribs can break during CPR, so there's typically depression in the chest.
Do you ever actually hear anything when you are giving someone chest compressions?
I for sure feel it. I don't know if it's audible enough to hear it, especially with maybe the rest of the commotion that's going on, but you definitely feel that crunch or that crack. I kind of compare it to like if you're cracking your knuckles in your hands or something, your fingers. It kind of feels like something like that, but more extreme, I guess.
And this is something that you have felt multiple times in doing CPR?
Yes, and teaching CPR, you want to forewarn people of that too, that to kind of expect that and not necessarily kind of be alarmed. You don't want them to think they've caused more harm necessarily.
Does that crack or crunch occur each time you restart CPR in the same patient?
No, it's typically just the first couple of times.
Have you previously performed CPR on a person who was shot?
I'm sure I probably have. Up front, that's the person that's in charge. I'm a fire engineer specifically, so I drive the fire apparatus, and then we'll have 2 firefighters in the back seat.
Do you recall in this case about how far away you were staged?
I mean, from a time standpoint, we might have been 30 seconds away.
Who were the other people on your team that day,
By names,
if you recall?
okay, Captain Keller, firefighters Kaczynski, and firefighter Fife.
When you arrive at a scene like this, you told us that there's a captain, you're the driver. Does everyone sort of have a job, or how does that work when you first get there?
You typically may kind of talk about roles and what might happen. Also, like in this particular case, this was our first call of the day. So all of our calls, we're gonna do some documentation and chart it. And so we typically start with, the captain will start the first call of the day. So that meant Captain Keller was gonna be charting it. So that would leave the other three of us to do the evaluation, assessment, and patient contact and skills.
So when you drove up to the scene, what did you see?
I remember us having to make a turn, and a couple of officers, I feel like, were already there, kind of navigate their cars, position right in front of the house. Saw at least one officer outside, saw a citizen, I feel like probably in the driveway somewhere with that officer. And then we just kind of proceeded out of the apparatus.
When you guys entered the house, you said that Captain Keller was going to be charting. So does that mean he wouldn't be touching the patient?
More than likely not, unless we needed additional help. I mean, he possibly could have been the first one in also. The way we were parked, that passenger side of the fire apparatus was the closest to the front door. He might have been in first, because I'm going to be on the other side. The two firefighters are getting out and going to the back compartment of the truck to get the equipment. So he may have walked up and possibly checked a pulse or something like that first, but he didn't. I don't feel like he did anything else other than that, if that.
Okay. You told us that as you're going there, you're receiving information about the patient, correct?
Correct.
In this case, had you received any information about whether or not he was receiving CPR?
Yes, I recall we had that info two ways. We had it with the PTI on our computer screen, which would be coming from our fire department dispatch. And then we have the ability to also listen on the radio to the PD channels. And so we can hear communication between the officers that are getting on scene and then the PD dispatch. And they also communicated that at some point in time.
When you entered the house, was there an officer already inside?
I believe there was an officer inside with Captain Keller.
And did you observe anyone giving the patient CPR?
No.
Can you tell us what you saw when you first entered the house?
You walked in the front door, just kind of a little entryway, and it kind of, I feel like it stepped down into maybe a formal kind of family room or something, but it was empty with no furniture anywhere in the room. That jumped out at first because it makes it easier. Like sometimes we're on scenes where the patient could be between a bed and a closet and you got to move them somewhere. So those thoughts are already kind of in your mind that you may have to move a patient just to have better access. And that was not a challenge here.
Did you notice any blood on the scene?
Not until I saw it on the patient's chest, but I didn't see it in the room. It wasn't something that I was going to need to avoid kneeling in to do CPR, avoid standing in, walking around. There's four of us. We probably had at least 4 boxes of equipment in there. So we didn't have to worry about where we placed this stuff in terms of blood.
Have you been to scenes where there's a large pool of blood around the patient that you're trying to not step in, kneel in, get in?
Yes.
You told us that you saw blood on the patient. Do you recall seeing any blood pooling in his chest, neck area?
I don't recall it pooling. He still had clothes on, a shirt on, and so it had been absorbing some blood.
I'm going to show you an admitted exhibit number 3. Do you recall ever seeing this pooling of blood around his neck there?
I don't recall that.
Okay. When you first saw the patient, what was your first impression?
That he's lying there unresponsive. You're not seeing any signs of life. You don't see somebody that's maybe moaning from an injury, moving, no spontaneous breathing. What was your question again?
Just your first impressions of him as you are walking in and you're looking at him and assessing him.
Yeah, I guess that would be sufficient for my answer.
Did you think that he could be deceased?
It's definitely was a possibility. There was no, like I said, no obvious signs of life.
When you got into the room, did someone begin performing CPR on him?
So when I got to Charles' side, I would have performed a more detailed assessment, so to speak, rather than what I was seeing visually. So you're checking for responsiveness. You can move the patient. You're going to check for a pulse. Now you're closer to the chest. You're looking for breathing, seeing if you see the chest rise and fall. And we would call him unresponsive and pulseless and apneic. Apneic meaning not breathing. And then I would have started CPR.
So he wasn't breathing, he had no pulse, he wasn't moving, there were no signs of life.
Correct.
You told us that you had received information that,
Correct.
did that impact your view of the patient and your decision-making on what you should do next when you see this patient that is lifeless?
I mean, it makes you think that there's increased likelihood that of survival possibly, until we can, starting CPR is still appropriate to do, and then we can utilize some of our rest of our equipment. We can put an EKG machine on. We can actually see what the heart is doing. We can look at the rhythm. We wouldn't want to call a patient before taking some additional steps.
Okay. Who performed CPR?
I did.
And I'm going to put up exhibit 4 here. Do you recognize who these people are?
Yes.
And who are they?
So standing to the left is Captain Keller. He's documenting. Standing to the right is firefighter Kaczynski. And then kneeling down back towards us is myself. And then kneeling down where you're pointing is firefighter Fife.
When you first began performing CPR, can you tell us what you felt?
So at first I didn't see a depression that would typically be left from somebody else previously doing compressions. So I thought that was odd considering the information we had en route. I started doing compressions. I felt that initial crack and crunch for probably the first couple of compressions that, again, you would typically feel when you're first starting compressions and if you're going hard enough and deep enough.
How long did you do CPR before you evaluated and utilized any other means to see if he might still be alive, savable?
If I had to estimate, I think I was probably doing CPR, chest compressions for at least a minute. You know, I mean, it probably took them at least 30 seconds to minutes to maybe get in to the house where I was after I entered. You know, they've got to set down that equipment and get some of that out. So I feel like at least a minute is a fair assessment.
What happened next? Is there some way to check his heart to see if there's
Right.
activity, or what do you do?
Yes, so I was doing chest compressions. I remember mentioning, because there's bullet holes going through them, so I remember mentioning to firefighter Kaczynski when she went to cut the shirt to not cut through a bullet hole. So she kind of went along the side. That's exposing the chest, so that way then we can put our heart monitor and perform an EKG on Charles to kind of see what his rhythm is doing. A person can typically still do chest compressions while they're doing that, and they can kind of work around you. But at some point in time, you're going to have to stop. That way you can just look at what the machine is showing you and telling you.
Was there any heart activity when you put on those EKG?
No, it was what we would call asystole, and it's just a flat line on the screen. There's no electrical activity of the heart.
At some point, you said you saw gunshot wounds. Do you recall how many you saw in the front there?
I saw 2.
Do you ever look to see if there's exit wounds?
We did roll him. I seem to recall and remember that we rolled him my way. I feel like the other 2 firefighters were then on that other side. Firefighter Kaczynski, who's the one that's standing up, I feel like she had a better view of what those look like since he was rolled my way. But I remember her commenting that there was 2 wounds on that backside of the patient.
So when you say he was rolled towards you, he's rolled towards this mirror over here?
Correct.
Okay. When you had stopped doing the CPR to roll him and he goes back, did you notice the depression in his chest now?
After I resumed CPR, yes. It makes it kind of easier to find your landmark. So it's something that you typically look for.
So it was not there when you first started CPR,
Correct.
but it was after you had performed it.
Correct.
Do you wear gloves when you do this?
Yes.
Did you have blood on your gloves after you were doing CPR?
Yes.
You told us that when you first arrived, there was not much concern for having to navigate around blood that might be pooling around the victim, correct?
Correct.
After you had been doing CPR, was there more blood now around the patient?
There was definitely more on his chest. More was coming out of the wounds, specifically the one on the chest, from what I recall. The shirt isn't necessarily there to absorb it anymore. We've removed it. I can't recall necessarily on the ground, like where I might have been kneeling, but
When you first arrived, did you see any blood exiting the abdomen wound?
I did not.
As you were at this scene, you guys did the EKG. There was no heart activity. What do you do after that?
At some point in time, we just kind of have to look at patient viability, and we're just looking at the facts and how he's kind of presenting. And we're considering time that we've already been on scene, time, staging, responding, all of that. And we ultimately, we do have offlines that we follow for different types of medical calls. And we felt that he fell into that category of not being viable and that we could call him on scene.
Now, you talked about you were not staged very far away, correct?
Correct.
Were you staged very long before you pulled up?
I felt like we might have been there for at least a couple of minutes.
When the patient was rolled, did anyone notice anything about, or did you notice anything about his skin that made you also question perhaps how long it had been since he had been shot?
Yes, it was pointed out because I didn't have a good view of that backside, the skin color, some modeling. There's changes in the skin color that are starting to occur from, blood hasn't been circulating, maybe been circulating as effectively as compared to when the heart is beating. You've got 2 injuries to the thoracic torso, the body, so to speak, the chest and abdomen. Those are going to hit internal organs and cause internal bleeding. And so that blood is starting to kind of what we would call dependent lividity, and it's just gravity. It's just kind of starting to go towards the backside, and the color changes are occurring.
So as the heart stops, the blood starts to just pool.
Yes, it's just stagnant and not being moved, and then those injuries inside, he's going to be bleeding internally.
And so some of that pooling causes color changes to the skin
Yes,
that were observed.
yes.
Was there anything about this victim, about Charles, that made you think that CPR may not have been performed on him prior to you arriving?
It was just simply the fact that what I saw on the chest when I first looked at it before I started CPR, and then what I felt during my first couple of chest compressions.
After you guys rolled him, saw the modeling and the lividity, was any further CPR performed?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. When did you call this then?
Say that again.
When did you call it? When did you stop performing CPR?
So I don't remember with 100% certainty if I feel like from what I recall, I'm performing chest compressions, the shirt's going to be cut off, we're exposing the patient, rolling, looking for more wounds and injuries, confirming what we see on the back, pointing that out to Captain Keller so he can document it, rolling back down, resuming CPR, monitors going on, stopping again to look at what the monitor's saying, resuming again to then have a brief discussion based on, okay, what we found, what are we thinking, where does he kind of fall?
Ultimately, did you guys terminate any treatment at about 8:48 a.m.?
If that's what's on the documentation, I would agree with that. I know we responded in the morning. It was our shift starts at 8 a.m. This was our first call. I don't remember if you said earlier what time we were dispatched or not, or just established the date.
If my paralegal could approach with the charting, would looking at the charting help you refresh your recollection as to when you guys ended
Sure.
any life-saving means?
So it looks like our dispatch is 8:37. Looks like we might have made patient contact at 8:45. I know the dispatch screen that will have like times of responding and things like that might have an appropriate time on it also that I'm not seeing right here though, but I'm still looking. So I see our first monitored rhythm as the asystole, like I said, that date time, I see a time of 8:48. So that might have been when we called him. I can see the obvious signs of death that Captain Keller used as the reason for discontinuing ROSC, return of spontaneous circulation, no. So that would probably be the appropriate time.
After, well, let me say, so does it seem about right that you were with this patient for maybe 3 or so minutes? Actively working?
Actively working, I think probably close to 5 minutes.
And once he's called, what do you do at the scene? What do you do with all your equipment?
So once he's called, it's kind of a PD scene now. And so we're gonna leave the body. We're gonna gather up what we can. Our equipment, sometimes there's some stuff we might need to leave behind that's necessary to leave on the patient. But
So like the EKG monitors that are stuck on him, you leave those on him?
yeah, we can disconnect those exactly and bring the cables with us.
Okay. When you told us when you arrived that you noticed a individual with a police officer near the driveway.
Correct.
Did you see that same person still outside when you exited?
Yes.
Did you notice any bleeding or obvious injuries to that person?
No.
Did you make an assumption as to who that was?
Yes, our PTI en route said brother or brother-in-law shot brother, so performing CPR. So you're kind of assuming it's that person.
Okay. In terms of his size, is he someone that, you talked about people may not be able to always be strong enough or able to perform CPR in a way to cause the depression or that crunching sound, for lack of a better term. In your experience, what type of people are we talking about for that, where you wouldn't be surprised that you may not have seen that depression or the crunching?
It's typically going to be maybe an elderly population, somebody that's not as big, not as strong, that we might not be able to perform chest compressions hard enough and deep enough. Sometimes if a patient is in a bed, so mattress has give to it, compressions won't be as effective. You want to get him to the floor. Obviously, he was already on the floor, so that aids chest compressions.
Was there anything about this male that you saw when you observed him entering or exiting that made you believe that he had been injured?
No.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that the victim, Charles Vallow, was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to you doing that?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
You want me to go now, or it's 4:30? I didn't know if you wanted to.
How long do you anticipate your cross-examination?
It'd take a while, Your Honor.
All right, we'll break for the evening then. We'll need you back here tomorrow morning at 10:30.
10:30?
Yes. All right, we'll release the jury at this time for the evening. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, I'm gently bringing Paul's louder voice back. Adjust volumes, adjust volumes, adjust volumes. My voice is louder than the court, so I'm talking in ASMR. Adjust volumes. Yo, we've had a full dog jamboree going on over here.
All right, you can be seated.
Okay, I'm
You can
talking.
step down.
It's that hour. I was like, when he
Is there
said
anything
that's
we need to
it,
discuss before recess
I was
for the
like, I
evening?
don't think I can do it. Like, I don't think I
No,
can
Your
take her questioning this man. So, right, but let's talk about it for serious for a minute. So
Is there anything we need to discuss
you heard
before we recess?
proof in the
Yeah, Your
pudding.
Honor.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. at
No
2:30.
CPR done. They waited 45 minutes to call the people. No CPR. She's going to get up here talking about we were going to cast the bullets out of them with a little, group prayer and a little kumbaya stick or something, right? Who do you think the jury is going to believe? Now, I saw somebody say in the chat earlier that that Lauren Hidden True Crimes reporting that the jury seems annoyed with Lori's line of questioning. I mean, at a certain point, I mean, these are working people, right? They were families, whatever. They've got stuff to do. Lori sitting up here talking about, did you stop off at McDonald's on the way to the cop station? People don't have time for that. Yeah, SWT says, first thing, true thing to come out of Lori's mouth, it's going to be a while, Your Honor. And let's give Lori let's give credit where credit's due. She saved us on this one because I couldn't do it. Right? I was like, I can't sit any longer and listen to her go on and on with some kind of like crazy, wait here, let me get all our little mess out of you, with some kind of like crazy line of questioning or whatever. So, oh my God. So biggest takeaways today for me. She's blaming Tylee. She is blaming Tylee. I got to go back over my notes, but really that's the biggest. I mean, there's obviously other stuff, right? But to me, blaming Tylee, questioning the whole thing about the injury on his head, you could tell that she changed her opening statement depending on what the state said. She was trying to answer all those questions. So yeah, for people who wanted to hang up and go, yes, we'll be here same time. Yeah, I'll be here around 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. We'll stream till probably like 8 o'clock like we did today. I think we're going to get through this trial a lot quicker than they anticipated. Because while she's taking a long time, she's still going, right? She's getting through it. Like this kind of stuff is just like getting to the witnesses where I think she's going to take a long time is obviously Kay, these people that she has that she personally has dealt with, the friends and stuff talking about whatever. Now that's the other thing. So the state saying she's crushing up JJ's pills, putting them in his thing. No CPR performed. Alex wearing the glasses out of the house. All these things, like it's all coming together. The storyline for how that day played out is being illustrated. And the jury already has to be a little sus, being like, why is she representing herself? Like, this is kind of odd. Seeing her up there laughing and joking on the video. It is what it is. Yeah, the evidence will show. Tori says she's so effed, in my opinion. Agreed. Okay. So here's what we'll do. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of the mods for hanging out and making this happen today. Y'all are amazing. Thank you to the Sofa Squad for hanging out, keeping chat going. Y'all have been killing me with the chat. From the first time they put that super hot cop up there, I was like, let me just go on and see what these ladies got. I know this chat's just rumbling right now. I know this chat's rumbling right now, and rumbling it did. Okay. I love it. But for real, thank you, everybody. Y'all make this such a wonderful community, and I really appreciate it. And so there's that. I'm going to go ahead and go because I'm tired. I want to get some stuff done around here and go to sleep and then start over tomorrow. So we will meet back up here, a little bit before 2 p.m., and we'll get going. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in the hey Mark, how's it going? And the pursuit of justice for Mr. Charles Fallow. So that is it. Thank you again, moderators. Thank you, Sofa Squad. I love y'all. And that's it. I will see y'all tomorrow. I'll see ya tomorrow.
The pillows are fluff thanks to Miss Emily. The couch is wide enough, join the family. It's all love while we laugh at Bert's criminalities. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup at hey, 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 come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh, please, the puppies need me. Oh, oh, please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credential stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup and hey, 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 come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh please, the puppies need me. Oh please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credentialed stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup that hey, 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 come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough.